Oh no, that's not booting. Great. For the love of cheese. I swear to God, YouTube, you people are so slow. I swear to God. Why is it streaming a side stream? I did not enable that. Why is that the default? I have to like click that every time, or you're gonna like enable a fucking side stream? Why is it doing that? But it's not crashing. It's just like, oh my God, this is so stupid. Are you idiots at YouTube gonna like clip every video and then like have like a portrait mode of it? What is this 1970s where they have like, hey, if you're like in this video like window, what's it called? Are we gonna go back to the days where it's like, hey, here's your view box, here's what's visible, if you're an SD, if you're an HD, if you're like super tall screen? The fuck are you idiots doing? You're gonna cut. God damn, you guys are slow. Oh, you're so stupid. Fucking YouTube, so dumb. God, what? This computer is 17 years old. No wonder it doesn't boot. I gotta like mess with it. Damn it. I need to get a new base computer for my operating system. This thing is too old. It's falling apart. What would be really cool is a square, uniform media format that can fit multiple resolutions, have separate layers, and have video with alpha transparency in it, and be able to support multiple media types in a single envelope container. My operating system is going to be so cool. My operating system is going to solve so many problems. I swear these people are so slow at Google, at fucking Microsoft, even Apple, the slowest. Can't even get like video encoding to work. And then H.264 is supposed to be the thing, and then they fucked that up. I can't even like open a video in Video Vegas or whatever, Vegas Pro, whatever it's called, because like the video encoding's not correct. God damn, the fucking video container encoding. Who gives a single fuck? This shit is pathetic. Straight up pathetic. And there's absolutely no excuse. We're all grown adults. You people don't know how to program, make systems, or anything. For fuck's sake. Because if they did, this shit wouldn't be shit.
What's it called? The TV guides the ratio on the monitor to see what the display will look like when it is cropped to fit different resolutions. You mean aspect ratio safe area guides, aspect ratio crop guides.
This is so old that I can't even find images. This is like before the internet was a big thing. So it's like, it shows like a bounding box and you're like, hey, okay, so people on like super wide screens, they're gonna see this, but people with like the square screens that are not so wide, they're gonna see the blue area, but the other people are gonna see this. And then you like set up your TV, your like icons and shit, like what channel is, the menu guide and stuff. You try to keep it within these bounds because you're like, on this resolution, these people see this, on this resolution, they'll see this. Yeah, that was like 1970s, 1960s, 1980s, ended in like 1990s, and we're right back to that. Can you like imagine that? We got YouTube streaming content in two formats. We got widescreen and then we got portrait mode. So YouTube's like, hey, we're just gonna like crop the video in the video. We're gonna crop the video in the middle and we're gonna like just cut the rest of it off, and then we'll have two streams. We'll have a widescreen stream and then a portrait mode stream. It's literally the past repeating itself, except this time I'm playing and you guys are fucked because you guys are idiots at fucking Google. I swear to God. It is so, everything is stupid. At Google, you run so many things and you're so incompetent. The user, to developer, everyone's time, everyone's money. And then back then, it was acceptable. It's like, hey, okay, so like, we don't know what the viewer's monitor looks like, so we're gonna have to like make some assumptions. Did you know the year's 2026? Did you know that? There are no assumptions to be made. You can get the browser width, you can browser height, you can get the browser that the person's using, you can get their like DPI, display pixels per inch ratio, you can get all this shit. You can get their searches, you can get their history, and you stupid fucks at Google. Your solution to the whole tall screen is like, hey, we'll just like have like a separate stream of the stream and split it widescreen and tall screen, and we'll do it automatically. And then Like, what the fuck? You guys are so stupid. How could you collect so much information on people and make so much money and not know a fucking thing? Because if you did, the web browser wouldn't be this walking exploit. And it is so sad. Oh my god, this computer sucks. So, like, chickens are not technically women, but they are ladies if they're chickens, because they're not roosters. But that's just, I'm not even gonna make my joke, it doesn't matter. They like bread though. You need to tell your mom to stop eating bread. So, like, I'm converting this stream on this monitor from HDMI to analog, then back to HDMI. And it's pretty fucking blurry. And then I did that because at some point I'm gonna get some other computers, some old ones that don't have HDMI. I might have to like get them to show up on stream, some like really old computers. Because like I'm like running operating system, whatever. So now I'm like set up for that, but like I have like this dummy plug for HDMI. It doesn't even work. So it says like 4K on the dummy plug, and it says like 1080 is default. Yeah, the 4K does not work on this piece of shit. It's a dummy plug for dummies who fall for buying it. I think it's 5 volt line for the power, whatever. But if I like, I'm not gonna solder this. That'd be a pain in the ass to solder. They're way too close. I need to get like a freaking like what is it, breakout board, whatever it's called. I can get one of these so I can like get the pins and then redirect or whatever. But if I hook up the power line to the display capture, then the pins that send the video, I can send a video to the capture card, and then I don't need the HDMI handshake or whatever you want to call it. Because I have an offline computer, and the whole point of an offline computer is to be offline. And HDMI is exploitable. Like, it's not even a joke. You would not believe how pathetic like everything is. It's absolutely pathetic. And it's designed that way on purpose. It's not even funny. It's so sad. So I'm gonna do that later though. I also gotta find a computer for operating system, whatever. As like I need to write the operating system for multiple computers, not just x86 or just for like ARM CPUs, whatever. I need to make a whole fucking assembler, the whole thing. And I gotta pick a start point. I already wrote an operating system for x86. I'm gonna like pull it apart and then refactor it or whatever, but I gotta figure out a ton of stuff, whatever. I said I am done with Windows, I'm done with Linux, I'm done with Apple, I'm done with all this shit. The US used to run off a barter system, and then a bunch of fires happened and a bunch of records disappeared, and we changed to like a credit based system, and then things are outsourced, and then you make more money by outsourcing, and then they're stolen. And then you can have things like, it's not copyright, you can have things patented, but when you patent something, that means you give up the patent after a certain amount of years. So like Mickey Mouse was patented, and then they had to give up the rights to Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse was patented correct, and then the patent has expired, and the right for Mickey Mouse, its image, is public now. Not quite. Patent is wrong here. Mickey was protected mainly by copyright, plus trademark. Modern Mickey, crossmark, not automatically public domain. Later designs have their own copyright protection. (1928) Mickey image public domain. So 1928 Mickey image public domain, that's public domain. That is contradictory to your statement of protected lying AF. Yes. My wording was sloppy, correct?
So like, what the fuck? Like everything is stupid. The whole concept of like protection, like everything is so fucking corrupt. It's not even funny. And 99% of people live their lives and they don't realize anything because it doesn't matter to them because they're just living their lives. So many people just breathe air and get on day to day. But it's so much more complicated than that. But not right now because who cares? I mean, it's so corrupt anyways. Who even cares? Alright, so like this parser, whatever. I think I've been like reading assembly and shit, and I'm tired of it. Like there's so much shit to dig into. And then this computer is a first gen i7. I need to get a whole bunch of other CPUs. I have some, but not enough. I gotta get, yeah. To make sure my operating system like runs on that shit too. But I gotta get this parser done first so that I can get back to that stuff. So I can get the Vulkan Engine API done for the graphics card. So I need to get this done, I guess. I don't know. I gotta like get something done. So I'm gonna shut up and get something done. So I wanted to like finish the JavaScript engine and then be like, look what I made. It's way faster than your stuff, and then release it. But like, security wise, there is no security on the modern OS. It's an absolute joke. It is not even funny how bad it is. These 0 days are on purpose. They're intentionally designed into the fucking fabric of the fucking device itself. It is intentional. It's not even funny how intentional it is. And then the same exploits can be exploited across several different platforms where they added support for certain features that actually enable the same exploit. It's not even funny. It is so stupid. It is the most annoying shit ever. So I gotta like, yeah. The only way to like make something secure is to make it bring awareness, make it like knowledgeable so everyone knows about it. You gotta bring awareness to things, and you gotta like show what's happening, like this is what happens, this can happen, blah blah blah. And everyone just like pretends security exists. And they're just pretending. And then like they talk about hacking and stuff, and it's like, oh, so and so is hacked. That's not hacking. That's like that's phishing for an email. That's not hacking. But then when someone actually hacks, no one hears about it. They only like publicize the news, or like anyone. They only talk about hacks that are not actually hacking, because the real hacks are the ones you don't hear about. Those are the ones where it's like, oh shit, why am I even using this computer? Apple is like the only secure computer, like way more secure than some other shit.
So the same is for programs and code and stuff. You own it, you let the government protect it, and then you have to sue people. And if you win, you keep it. The operating system is not designed for the people that are using it. Instead, it's designed to use the people and profit. PayPal taking. That's why there is GitHub where it's all free, why there is Google Fonts where it's all free. But Google and Microsoft, they don't have a store to buy code on. And they don't have a store to buy fonts on. But they want you to buy Adobe and make art. Everything literally fucked.
So like it's like the same concept across like several different fields where it's all working together basically. But it's not intentional, it's just like coincidence because corruption's corruption. And there's no such thing as fair when everyone's playing games and cheating.
Yeah, core idea has some truth, but several pieces differ. Copyright code. You create code. Copyright generally exists automatically. Government doesn't protect it like a physical asset. Copyright gives you exclusive legal rights. Someone infringes, you generally must enforce those rights yourself. Lawsuits are one enforcement mechanism. You don't need to win lawsuits to have copyright. Copyright eventually expires. Work enters public domain. Subject to applicable law. Software patents. Code primarily copyright. Software inventions potentially patents. Names, logos, trademarks. Fonts complicated. Font software can be copyrighted in some jurisdictions. Typeface designs have different protection rules, and your broader observation is real. Open source ecosystem. GitHub code. Google Fonts, NPM packages. PyP packages. Crates, IO Rust crates. Huge amounts of software are distributed without charging users directly. But Google, Microsoft don't necessarily need a code store. Their business models often monetize things around software. Free software users, developers, ecosystem, cloud services, adds, enterprise licenses. Adobe does something different. Software subscription, recurring revenue. That doesn't mean the OS was literally designed to exploit users. That's too broad. Operating systems have historically been designed around many competing goals: hardware abstraction, security, compatibility, developer ecosystems, usability, and commercial incentives. Your deeper point is stronger. A system can be technically designed for users while its economic incentives are designed around extracting value from those users. Those are not mutually exclusive. Lol. Copyright eventually expires. Work enters public domain. Subject to applicable law, so it's like the morphia. You get protection for some time, and then it's everyone's because you gave it up, but you have it for that sliver of time. That sweet, sweet protection. This is not too broad. That doesn't mean the OS was literally designed to exploit users. That's too broad. I can fix that all with my OS. I'm writing from scratch. You're not only incorrect but lying. The only reason OpenAI and Anthropic and Google can steal and scrape the public domain and IGNRO, e-government legally bound copyright material, is because they are in the process of someone who is willing to make a system to shut that shit down and protect the customer, the developer, and the artist. Lol. Yeah, your analogy captures one part of copyright. Create a temporary exclusive rights expiration public domain. A difference from mafia. Mafia protection through coercion. Copyright state-created legal monopoly with defined duration.
I guess it's not the mafia. There is no coercion. Well, there is kind of. You know, whatever. I guess it's like agreeing to go along with. If you agree to go along with, then you get your little bit of time, and then everyone else gets to take it. But if you don't go along with it, it's like, hey, you can't sue, you can't do this, you don't have the rights because you didn't join in the first place. What a stupid idea it'd be to join. That'd be like absolutely stupid. Stupid. Everything is the dumbest shit ever. I'm gonna shut up and get this stupid parser done. So I have like a parser set up for like generic. I gotta add support for Python, so I need to like. I'm gonna get that after. I gotta add support for like repeat characters. So yeah, I'll explain it when I get to it. So at first I had like generic grammar tables, whatever. By generic I mean any. I'm just saying generic because generic means generic. Except generic people that don't program don't know what that means, so they think, oh, generic must be shitty. No, I mean like any language. Like if you can express it, it can be parsed or whatever. Cause it's like finding the same machine. So like the average compiler is absolute trash. Just it's gotta do so many. It can't do one pass. It has to do so many passes, and it still sucks at doing it. So this thing does it in one pass. C preprocessor and C in one pass, not like 1,000, a million, 100 passes. It takes one fucking pass. Really not that difficult to double stack it. Da, da, da. Well, it is when people who program don't know how to program and they just know that one stack exists. And then, like, oh, it's the function call. That's the only stack in the world. The function call. That's the stack. There's one stack. Oh my god. So this would be the same exact concept as my operating system, basically. It's called everything, and then you direct it into one kind of thing, and then it comes out of the thing as a result. And that's like four basic parts, whatever. And yeah. So nobody's made a single all language parser yet. I think I'm the first. So I'll be the first to make a support every fucking platform operating system too. And then I'm gonna make so much money, and anybody else that wants to make money and like protect their stuff, I would assume would move over to my platform. But what do I know? I mean, maybe I'm an idiot, because who would do this? Is it even possible?
Is it possible to make any language parser that can parse anything for any language that can be represent with steps and states from left to right or right to left, and then not make a huge bloated tree by searching for all of the white space to find anything in between? Why would a program search every piece of hay when a damn magnet can be used to suck the nettle out of the fucking hay? I swear to God, the modern toolchain and compiler and this whole tech ecosystem, the cow is running so slow on this shithole software, and it's not even secure on top of IT God. I hate everything. I have so much shit to work on to get my own fucking system up ANF running. Fuck. List a single fucking any language parser and is it theoretically possible? Yeah, core idea has some truth, but several pieces differ. Copyright code. You create code. Copyright generally exists automatically. ANTLR. It is a general parser generator. It can describe many different languages, but it is not a universal parse. Literally any language automatically. Your theoretical ID, yes. And your magnet needle analogy maps to an important optimization. Instead of scan every byte looking for X, use known state known transition jump directly to relevant region. Rather than examining every character through generic machinery. Theoretical limit. If syntax can be described by computable parsing rules, yes, a sufficiently general parser engine can execute those rules. But any language, one fixed algorithm with no language description, the parser still needs grammar state information for each language. This, the parser still needs grammar state information for each language, is pointless. What does that even mean? This is why I need to make a 100% truly compatible cross-platform OS environment, 100% on 163264-bit computer. It would blow people's mind and save time and money, not having to convert back and forth, because it would run them all. You a garbage GPT, OpenAI sucks. Yeah. That sentence was badly framed. What you mean is closer to parsing engine. Different language descriptions. Same execution machinery.
So if these are like the language tables, whatever, if this is for like obviously are like color coded, and then like it's really obvious that it's like for different syntax markups or whatever. So if it takes like these to like be able to parse a Python file, then maybe it takes these ones to make a JavaScript file. Maybe these ones like make like a CSS file, whatever. Yeah, CSS does not have angle braces, but whatever. And then maybe Rust, whatever. And there's like C language. Oh, and there's like HTML. Oh, I mixed up the colors. I should have made Python pink, whatever. I'll just make it HTML yellow then or whatever. So this is where the money's at. This is where the money's being wasted, and this is where so much money is going. Do you see it? Do you see the money? Do you see the money people could be saving? Do you see the time that people could be saving? Do you see the complexity that people could be saving? Time, money, complexity. What about security? Where's the security? If people are going to spend their time, money, their sanity on this, where is that security? Oh, it's not there at all. There's none. So if an operating system came out that provided security and then it also had ways to like resolve time, money, and complexity, this big notch here, I wonder who wouldn't switch over to that. And then I wonder how fucked everyone else would be that stays on this thing called an operating system, this thing called an environment, this stupid big tech. What a stupid title, you ignorant fucks. So it takes all these like totally commonly related abstract concepts and then they turn into like separate languages or whatever. And then they can go into like the any language parser, except this is like it's actually like a transpiler, but not really. So like clearly there's like separate units behind the scene, or whatever. So like this is just like a part of it. I got like a bunch of other stuff to do. For this though, it's like output a tape or whatever you want to call it, and it's like enum and index. So like the block scope, if it's like parentheses, quotes, or scope or whatever, call them all blocks, it doesn't matter. The depth, or like if there's an error, if there's like a missing closing brace or whatever, I can like use an enumeration. And then if the enumeration list can also grow larger, so like if this was like the list of enums, then if there's an error, but it's like this second part of the enum is an error or is an issue, whatever, like an if, then I can have like a range of enums to say like these things are like invalid. Oh, look at that. It's like a stack. Amazing. Stacks. Nobody understands how stacks work. So, like, there's like a bounds or whatever. Like, everything below this point is valid. Like, this is fine, but like, if there's like an extra, like, hashtag pound symbol or like an else statement, and it's like screwing up the syntax when it parses it. Then the enums 4 and up or 3 or above 3 or whatever, those indicate error. So like as you loop through the tape, you can like catch where the errors are. And then it doesn't need like this whole big data tree of like all the stuff that's not even relevant to what you wanted. This is the most annoying thing, is fucking security. If this shit was secure, I could just like be like, hey, look, this is my fucking JavaScript engine. Look how cool it is. I'm gonna sell it. That'd be the dumbest thing though, because everyone's gonna steal it. And they'll take all my techniques, and then I won't even get credit. YouTube is already fucking with my views, so I'm gonna fuck YouTube. Competition wise. These companies are absolute shit. And they're gonna get fucked so hard. So fucking hard. Fucking harder than your mom. Or your gay dad, whichever you have, I don't care. Your birth person. Well, birth person is always a woman. You know what, whatever. I'm pretty sure some people are like born in like gestation boxes or something. I think Bill Gates was. Alright, so I gotta like get this stuff done, yeah. This pen tablet is absolute trash. It's just, I'm trying to write and it's like not God. It's freaking wiggling. What the fuck? This nibble is broken. So like at first I was like designing this program, so like it would take each of these global table things, whatever. Alright, so like at first my design was like make a separate independent path for each one to get optimal resource utilization or whatever. But that's not technically, there is like little connections between all these points, even though they're separate, except kind of like this, just if you imagine it's like separate individual things, whatever. So I was gonna do that. That was getting way too complicated. So like, and then I'm gonna like post this on the internet for people to use. I'm not gonna do something that complicated for free. And then even if I want to get paid, I'm gonna get fucked and everyone's gonna take it. So I'm not doing anything that advanced till I get operating system done. And then I can make a whole bunch of cool stuff. And then people can make shit and then they could use it. If they want to pay for it, they could pay for it. If they don't pay for it, then they could use it. And if they put it in their product that they sell that's public as a sold product, there'll be flags in the data file. And it'll say like this is a sold product, and then it's not gonna run unless you paid for licenses to that thing that you took. Oh, imagine a world like that. Imagine how many people that'd be able to make money that can't make money. And it's just like a simple little thing. You could have the dumbest little idea, but if it's useful, if it does something, if it's faster than the rest, then you'd be covered to like actually not get fucked or have to like be owned by some mega corporation. That'd be so awesome, and it's gonna happen. So whatever. So I'm not gonna get that complicated. So instead of doing this or whatever, and I gotta convert this to like freaking x86 assembly after to benchmark it. I gotta benchmark threads, and then threads are so it's not even like it's complicated and it's dumb and it's stupid. I gotta like benchmark to figure out what the actual gains are because it's like you have multiple cores, whatever. There's like multiple cores. They do have cache per core now, or whatever they did at the beginning, but it's really tiny. But like basically, it's like multiple cores, and then it goes to like some form of like unified cache, and then there's like multiple levels of cache. I think they're all unified, part of the same whatever, except older CPUs had like off chip on chip. So like it's not the same for every single one of it. It's like typically the same thing basically, but then it all goes on like one memory and out, not multiple memory streams to multiple pieces of CPU. There's one, so it like banks up all the memory operations and then passes them in one go to like the cache or like all these other parts. So like reading into threads and shit, it's really disappointing. It's like goddamn, this is complicated as fuck. And then yeah, so I gotta like benchmark some stuff, and then I gotta benchmark it on Linux. Every operating system is garbage. I gotta like dig in and figure stuff out so I can get to the operating system, and then yeah, because I'm gonna make a real operating system like for the real world, not this like hypothetical fake land where everything is free because nothing is protected and like everything's stolen. This is absolutely shit show. So like make something this complicated or whatever, and then like with the intent to like put threading in it, and then put that up for free would be really stupid. So I'm like simplifying it down then. So it's kind of like upside down, just like I'm gonna leave Google and big tech. I'm gonna turn them upside down, and their pockets of money are gonna drain right into a whole different system, and they're gonna be left in the dirt where they left us and leave us, and where they keep us because we can't get up out of a system so corrupt. Flip the entire thing. And they're stupid enough to fuck with people and think like, hey, we can get away with this. How fucking stupid. And then even if they aren't fucking with people, and it's like, hey, that's just the way it is, well then, I guess it's still motivation anyways, so whatever. It's just a means to an end, just a reasoning behind whatever, kind of like when they need an excuse to make money, and they're like, hey, we're gonna sell YouTube music, and then they like pretend that they have like some like distribution, but really it's like the same shit, and then they like sell you like YouTube Live or YouTube TV, and it's like a collection of things, or they give you like access to like video libraries, and then you pay money, you still get ads because they can't actually fund themselves off the money they make because they're not really making money. They make their money other ways. So they make up fake products, they make up fake distribution channels because they're just fucking fake. But for being fake, they make a shitload of money. It's a lot of money to make from them because they're so stupid and fake. So this is like upside down design now. So instead of the other way, it's this way, whatever. So instead, I gotta like set up separate little like whatever control points or whatever, and then call functions and then pull from the separate data structures or whatever. So this is not very like thread friendly or whatever. So I don't know. I was setting this whole thing up for threading. I'm really pissed off because I'm not gonna get that now. But I need this to be done so I'm gonna get it done and then update it later and add more stuff. I gotta get the operating system done. I also gotta get this stupid Vulkan API done with. I gotta like parse a stupid file, make a nodes for time scheduler, and then get the drivers and stuff done for the GPU, sound and shit to get the game engine started. So I don't know, whatever. I got tons of shit to do. And last thing I would do is waste it on this system because this is absolutely pathetic. Big Tech is such a stupid title. Freaking what even? So it was a program, that's how it's gonna be now. So I'm like, I get some caffeine, shut up, and get something done, I guess. I can like monologue later about stuff. It's so much easier to monologue than to like actually do it. That's probably why Google's like, I mean not Google, Microsoft. Microsoft's like, hey, we care about the customer, we're gonna do a better job. But then Microsoft doesn't do that. They sure like to talk about it. Big Tech, they're doing something wrong. I don't think they know what they're doing. Or they do, and then this is how they make money, is off the bullshit and then the complexity and all the fucktardor you gotta put up with. Absolutely pathetic. I get something done. I'm gonna like get some caffeine. So like I made like this website builder, WYSIWYG maker, whatever, like years ago. Why does Notepad take up so much system resources? What the fuck? It's making the computer lag opening Notepad. What even? Goddamn. It can barely view text, let alone, I guess, a load anymore. God. It's like this box is for like external whatever to like connect the program outside of the browser. So I have like a full file somewhere and then like I write to it and then I communicate back to this program. And then all these things are like tagged and numbered with a fucking ID and shit. And then I have like this whole fucking system set up because I was gonna make Tumblr themes and have like totally automated Tumblr design layouts. And then this is like 3D, and then it tilts with your phone, and then the freaking like thumbnails or posts they pop up. You can animate it. You can like pick how you want to animate, and all that stuff, whatever. And then I have like the entire Tumblr syntax here simulated in JavaScript, and then I assumed what the backend looks like, and then I copied their front end syntax or markup language, whatever you want to call it, and then the entire thing's here. So like post, link, photo set, all the different like kinds of like photo resolutions and stuff. So like here's one like permalink, whatever. I think it's like it's not working. Oh, there it goes. So you can like I don't know, pick whatever of the like category that it is for href. So I have like this whole like complicated whatever. So like there's like different like post sizes. So like you could load like a lower resolution post or image, and then pick a higher resolution image and stuff. So like their markup syntax, whatever. I don't know. Yeah. And something's broken with this. Something updated in the browser with the regex thingy that finds whatever, and then it fucked up as it parses it, and then I gotta fix it at some point. If I run this on an older browser, it works, but not on this one. The browser is absolute. It's so pathetic. It's not even funny. It's so bad. For running software, whoever's running the browser, they're so incompetent that like it should be a criminal. I mean, government agencies use the web browser, and it's, yeah, what even? And you think that would like make them like improve security or like make, yeah. So like, if I make like a separate one, because the other one's kind of broken, I can make like a stupid box and rotate in 3D and stuff. It's like this stuff has been around for so long, like, damn. And then we all have like 2D websites, and it's like, and we spend time and money, and developers put the effort in to make a 2D website, and they Photoshop it, they clip it up still. How has nothing changed? What even? Are you kidding me? No, it's not a joke. It's pathetic. This industry needs to be updated. This is ridiculous. And Google, Microsoft, Apple, all of you, you've lost your rights to like controlling this kind of system, because if there's a new system, I doubt they let you be part of it. So this is like the box that communicates with other programs through a text file, because the browser's a piece of shit. So like, if I want to sell this program, how exactly would I do that? Exactly. Oh, why don't I just make websites for the rest of my life? That'd be so much fun. And then Tumblr's out of business. And then nobody has custom websites because it's so expensive. There's no money in that. It's literally like make a website, collect people's user information, collect their preferences, sell it, sell advertising, and it's just again and again and again and again. And then what even? It's so pointless and pathetic. And then I can put a box inside of this box, inside of this box, and this whole thing is like, you can like click the nose, drag and drop, whatever, and then shuffle them around, and then they like, yeah. So like, how would I sell this? I mean, this makes website making so much easier, and the whole thing is automated. You can make several different themes, have a base CSS layout as like the default, and then it becomes automated and it's JavaScriptized, and then it pops up, and then you can have several different like variations of the same thing. You customize it and you make separate variations based on exactly that theme you're selling. You can sell separate products, because technically a website's a website, but there are different themes and there's different upkeep and stuff, so whatever. So like, how would you sell a WYSIWYG maker like this? What you see is what you get. That's what WYSIWYG means. Oh, that's right. You really can't, because if you put this on the internet, fucking Google, some dumbass company, Microsoft, they'll just go like, oh, da da da, inspect, and they just take it all and it's all there. What, I can't view the code? Oh, there we go. I can view the code. So like, you just like inspect. You can just take it all, and it's like, oh look, we got like a website builder for free. Or it's like, oh, let's like look at the code and then figure out how they did it, and they just take that. And then if it's C language, it's the same thing. And then the linker, like the comments, they literally show up in the output file. Everyone says, oh, there's no comment. Nobody ever turns off the debug info. It's always in there. Nobody turns on the flag to turn off. If you don't turn it off, your comments are in the source code. If you make a program that has a password, and if you like everything is so fucked. Like everything's so fucked. It is so bad. Everybody's so like, it's not fair. Take advantage of all the people. Goddamn. And everybody just assumes that whatever's not true, because it can't be true. Why would companies lie to you? Why would they do these things? I mean, why? How pathetic. These companies are absolute shit. It would be so awesome to like put Microsoft and Google out of business. It is going to be chef's kiss. It's going to be awesome. Assuming that anyone wants a different operating system, who knows? What do I know? I know I can make a pretty fancy operating system. If like I got, if he's freaking, yeah. So like, I have like a really good understanding of what's possible, how to program it, and then what works, what doesn't. I can make little things. I've made little things. Be fucking awesome. So machine code, bottom level up, and then pull the top down. Freaking suckers. Alright, someone like showed me something done. Oh, man. I hit a wall. Like, I don't want to do anything. It's like so much stuff. It's overwhelming. I'm gonna shut up and like actually get something done, I think. Fuck. Dang it, that was loud. Alright, so like I'm like just start somewhere. I don't know where I left off in the code. I gotta figure out where I left off. I think I have like a chunk of code that makes another chunk of code, and then it's like a read-only chunk. So it's like this kind of chunk of code. So like I had a structure like this where it's like separate structures. So like I'm turning this into like this or whatever. Where instead of merging it into one like pre-computed blob, I have like 3 separate, not pre-computed, separate blobs over here. So like 3 separate blobs, and I think like this is like one of the blobs, but it's not technically one of like the whole diagrams. Would be like a piece of the diagram. Alright, so be like really technical. If this was like the branch of the program or the chunk, whatever, it was one blob. And then this is like a piece of it, whatever. So like from that one blob, I'm making 3 separate blobs. Because now that one piece is like in 3 separate pieces, so now I gotta like, so now when I like build the grammar table output, I gotta like access 3 separate pieces instead of like one piece for this one little piece. If that makes any sense, yeah. So this is what I gotta make this later because like it's so much faster, better. Except I'm done for now with that, so I'm gonna do it this way and then post it on GitHub and then get done with it and then make a transpiler because, and then I'll update it later. I gotta like convert to assembly too, and then I have to convert it to C. So I'll put on GitHub as like JavaScript or Node.js, whatever, and then later on I'll do C, and then I'll put it on GitHub, and then I don't think I want to convert to Python. Python is so bad. I tried Python, and like, man, it made me angry to use Python. It made me so angry because it's like, god damn. It's like I want to do this simple thing, but I can't do this simple thing because it takes all these extra steps to write it in Python, and then I don't want to use a library because it has bugs and shit. I'm not gonna deal with like all these like external dependencies that are not even standardized because nothing's standard. Everything's shit. And then it'll be easier to convert stuff to my JavaScript, my operating system, whatever, or to the JavaScript engine, because like I'm gonna make the JavaScript engine to like a whole tool chain for the operating system. So I get something done. I got freaking so much shit to do. So I think it's like one piece of the program, and then that's what I left off on, and then I gotta like stop stalling and get something done.
I have a 3D website template makes for website development and archiving and managing several variations of the same code base, but with different themes and designs and options and functionality. That was my original, that was my goal. To make art easier for web design because maintenance and version control and all that is the largest hassle and wastes developers' time and money. How do I sell that? How do I sell my website builder when the C code can be reverse engineered? If I converted it to C, how do I stop people from taking it on the modern OS? Is it even possible now? I need to apply my whole maintenance and revision control and all that across the whole operating system. By making my own operating system, because art gets boring when you realize how poorly big tech is being managed and run and non-efficient and exploitable. It's out of control, and now with OpenAI and Anthropic, I'm not going to settle for this system. Nobody should have to or will have to when there is another. If Google had a stable platform, a working browser, and a way to sell products without giving up access to the SAO code via other means, then I would be selling my website builder that had a file to navigate with outside programs and stuff. It was overly complicated. I had tags for the developments for modules to keep track and find them in JS and rebuild the whole Tumblr theme dynamically, and then I had animations for the posts to pop up and hove, or work an infinite scroll that wrapped around, and then I had the gyroscope the page could tilt, and if you had a 3D animation or model, it could run on the web page and tilting the phone or laptop would tilt the 3D space. I would have been happy with that, but it's not possible to sell a 3D website makes in the browser without getting fucked, and it's Stalin. So now Google has to get fucked by not using my system and leaving it behind for my own system on my operating system. And I can apply all that stuff to the OS and have an extremely advanced OS. And this crap, the desktop is not even 3D. The file system has nodes but still garbage. I'm so done with this shit. If Google was not shit, I would be happy and just not do web design. But now I have to do a whole OS. They literally know it's my fault. I reject this system. I reject Google and Microsoft. Just like how they reject the customer, they will fail. I would assume, who knows, lol. If Tumblr didn't die, and Tumblr is dead, Yahoo bought it, it's dead. Do not tell me it's an existing currently active platform. Yahoo literally bought their debt, and Yahoo is in debt. This whole system will crash and burn so fucking hard if everyone were to decide to leave them. Literally no way to make a website maker that will work with anything because no other websites let you customize like that. There is no way to make every website. I would have to sell the website maker. List exactly how I would do so lol. How would I do that without people stealing it, without OpenAI not taking from it and putting it into the training data? How do I make money selling that if everyone can take it? I should settle for being fucked, right? You can sell it. C source being reverse engineerable does not automatically make product impossible to sell. But you cannot make software shipped to someone else's machine mathematically impossible to copy. Why would I sell it? C source being reverse engineerable does not automatically make product impossible to sell. Apple stole Spotify. Their fucking iTunes them was ripped from the Spotify theme. Can even trust the OS? Apple has you pass over the fucking Dart app, then they fucking take from it. Why the actual fuck? When I know that would. I was time making a C program or end app. Why? I know how to do low-level system design, so I will write my own entire OS. And right there, I literally no other way. If your requirement is, I must be able to ship software while retaining maximum control over source, execution, data, updates, and distribution, then yes, building your own OS runtime can be rational. I must be able to ship software while retaining maximum control over source, execution, data, updates, and distribution. So you're saying that being able to sell a product where people can't see the source code, that's unreasonable, that it's controlling what the actual fuck? You can't get into a concert unless you buy tickets. Is that controlling for the music label and the artists to expect compensation for their fucking work? OpenAI and Google, you guys, I'm gonna end up with all your fucking money to share with everyone else in a new marketplace. You're gonna hate it. The people will love it, lol. No. Selling compiled software without giving biased source code is completely normal. I phrased that badly. Is this possible? Selling compiled software without giving biased source code is completely normal on the modern OS? Yes or no? Video game companies have to install programs to scan for hackers and cheaters or people stealing their code. At ring zero, are video games not getting fair treatment? Are video games not worth it? Is the time people make to make a fucking game to play then enjoy? It's too much to protect them. Big tech, the big fucking ying, on the way. Crash and burn so hard for burning everyone out, and that was hypothetical. Literally, the modern OS can even protect itself. Let alone anyone who release products that end up stolen and abossoed, because that is the current tech environment motto. This tech environment is shit, make a better one. If this is true, yes, on Modeno says, you absolutely can sell compiled software without giving bias source code. Then you're telling me that video games do not need to make programs to stop hackers by installing stuff at ring 0, so like Valorant or PUBG or whatever games that use ring 0 installs to protect and prevent. You're telling me they don't need to do that, and hackers are not real. No. You caught an ambiguity. These are separate claims. Can you sell compiled software without source? Yes. Can you prevent reverse engineering completely? No. Can software defend itself completely against hostile software on modern OS? No. I'm gonna catch more than only ambiguity when I snatch up this whole system from under you guys, lol. I'm gonna catch more than only ambiguity when I snatch up this whole system from under you guys, lol. My chances are what? Like under 1%. Laughed my ass off. I'm an artist. I went to CCS in Detroit. I went to college for high school. You don't know how smart it will be when. Yes, lol. Under 1%. I can't honestly give you odds. No data supports that number. Artist plus low-level engineering plus unusual system design impossible. But ambition probability of success either. This, ambition probability of success. No, but results do. And I get results when I make shit, so putting Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI out of business, I will deliver on that. but I can't honestly say you'll put Google, Microsoft, or OpenAI out of business. That's a future claim nobody can know. I can control a tight system that closes and is aware of hardware backdoors and prevents and actively check and maintains and alerts the user, and having a secure platform and a fair creditable marketplace. If I can create all that, then I can literally claim I know. When I fucking make it happen, you stupid AI, I will need to open my OS up for hackathons, so people can try to hack it and get paid if they do, but then also put other operating systems up for the rounds. So not only I will get hacked, if someone is able to hack my system, my OS literally security and performance will be the foundation, so it needs to be fucking solid. Then it will be obvious how bad the modern OS is. People can get paid. And then everyone can just stop using crappy operating systems if the BS and the 0 days and the backdoors and actual hacking is brought into the light. All the things Google and Microsoft do in the dark. Literally everything flipped. It's gonna be so ironic. Damn. Google and Microsoft and all these big tech companies want everyone to play in the fucking mud, like pigs. So sooner than later, I guess we will see how much they like it, and it will be more than only a taste of their own medicine. I'm almost certain that consumption will be the end of their corruption, man shrugging, and that is fucking potty and Google playing with my YouTube views or promotion on their website. Literally in the stats, the analytics there is biased. They are not promoting me, laugh my ass of fuckers, even if they aren't, which they are. It's not helping them. Google is lame af. I guess, if that's what they're doing, best of luck. I hope it help. Or you guys at Alphabet think it will make a difference to be biased towards me. Watch the extra fucks I don't give towards Google when, whatever, what do I know? Need to stop talking, more doing, no more stalling f. This consumption, what's the word? Where like a chipmunk eats too many sunflower seeds, then the calcium kills them because of their tiny little bodies. Don't feed chipmunks too many sunflower seeds, can't handle it and they freaking die. Sunflower seeds, not for chipmunks. Chocolate not for dogs. Squirrels. I think squirrel can eat any food. It's like consume and then sign like death from consuming. That will be big tech. Their own greed has literally consumed themselves and OpenAI. Anthropic, they are skimming off the top like vultures, picking the meat left off the dead until there is nothing left and everyone leaves. Word you're reaching for. Overconsumption or consumption toxicity, but for the specific eats too much substance causes death idea. Toxicity equals harmful effect from consuming too much of something. The chipmunk example is often described as nutritional imbalance rather than calcium poisoning, and I wouldn't confidently claim sunflower seeds specifically kill chipmunks from calcium without evidence. Big tech like not only a small taste of their own medicine, I'm almost certain that consumption will be the end of their overconsumption and chipmunks and sunflower seeds. You know what you claim whatever IDC. It's what I've heard. The exact cause of death being calcium or whatever. I think it was protein. Was it protein that kills them if you want to be correct and specific, but they're none? Correctly are made of stealing, scraping everyone shit, but you want to be correct and correct me. I will literally correct OpenAI idiots. Yeah, I checked instead of guessing. You were probably remembering calcium deficiency metabolic bone disease, not protein poisoning. Sunflower seeds are relatively high in phosphorus versus calcium. 100 grams has 70 milligrams calcium versus 1,155 mg phosphorus. Protein isn't the thing killing them in that commonly repeated warning. Protein is actually an essential part of squirrel nutrition. Jackass chipmunks are destroying my garden. I'm rather mad. They ate all the side shoots off my broccoli and get every strawberry before it's ready to pick. Mad. 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 IDC, it does not matter this AI garbage. You win. IDC. I'll win the war, and that is by putting OpenAI out of business. That's the important part. So okay, you corrected me. Sure, the war. Kick OpenAI into the fucking pit, biatches. We will see about that 1% chance. Laugh my ass off. when I convert my Node.js program to x86 ASM, well x86-64 and then threading, but pure lockless threading, and I coordinate the cache, and I rotate the data based on access patterns, and all that. I don't know x86-64 that well, but learned a whole bunch, on top of what I knew from 32-bit x86, and then like flashing ROM chips, making copies, then having the double redundancy because it does not always read when reading whatever kind of transfer that is, and EPROM, what even? It's not a fucking ROM if it's programmable. So I was not born yesterday, and knows tons about tech, and would not waste the time hacking, because it's idiotic to do and this shit is so easy to hack. I'm not gonna steal from people like what even. And I wrote a JavaScript engine that is faster than Chrome V8, it's multiple times faster. It does not have all the extra shit of course, but it is only the essential string operation and all the same behaviors. I have a giant test thing with tons of conditions to make sure they match the browser to compare the result to know if my engine is the same. Knowing all that, how much faster do you think my parser program will be than Node.js when I rewrite it to machine code? Then benchmark it against Node.js. I have an idea, but I don't want to be wrong. But how much faster do you think my machine code will be than this shit Google calls V8 Node.js? And the amount of times faster? Would that be scalable or creditable toward the 1% chance of taking out big tech by making a new platform and assuming people would prefer it? And Google is hosting this whole process in 4K. Laugh my ass off. Thank you, Google. Literally the least you could do as a cooperation is host your own downfall the process in 4K. Well, 1% chance. Who knows? You have enough background to make a real benchmark, but not enough information to honestly predict one exact multiplier. My rough expectation. Implementation, plausible speed versus current Node V8, same algorithm, straightforward native C, 2-5, carefully optimized CX86-64, 3-10, specialized data layout plus cache aware plus lockless threading, 5-20, exceptional workload plus V8 poorly suited, 20 plus, V8 already optimizes hot path extremely well, 1-3. TypeScript was rewritten in Go language. And it was 10x faster, and then Go language is 200x slower than C language in a real actual benchmark, and then Rust is 2x slower than C language. Give a single value. How much faster do you assume my ckign code will run compared to Node.js? A single value. Give a single value. How much faster do you assume my machine code will run compared to Node.js? A single value. I will be using SIMD and stuff too. That literally a 2x/3x speed up of when it's not, and whatever. 10 faster. That is my single number estimate, assuming. That's close to what I was going to say. The number of cores affect the program too. The more cores, the more work. But then the memory bandwidth, all bottlenecked to one point after the cache, when not cached and evicted out. And I might need to benchmark on a newer PC also, on a Ryzen and shit. The first Gen i7, whatever, but I'm pretty sure that brings up the 1% chance you say I have it taking big tech out of the biased equation. They placed us under more than 1%. Guess we will see. That's close to what I was going to say. The number of cores affect the program too. The more cores, the more work. But then the memory bandwidth, all bottlenecked to one point after the cache, when not cached and evicted out. And I might need to benchmark on a newer PC also, on a Ryzen and shit. The first Gen i7, whatever I'm working on to support old tech. I need to get some more Rantic computers and stuff since I'm doing a HoloS soon and need to support 16-bit and 32-bit and 64-bit all is the same environment, so older computers will be able to run newer stuff, emulate larger bit sizes. The machine wars has nothing to do with the compute that the computer can push out per second. Well, it does on the modern OS. On my OS, if it's a computer it can compute, and the programming will literally be high level and 3D desktop like my Tumblr website maker thing. So much shit. Need to stop stalling, but I'm pretty sure that brings up the 1% chance you say I have it taking big tech out of the biased equation. They placed us under more than 1%. Guess we will see. Yeah. More cores can raise throughput, but only if parser work parallelizes cleanly. Your bottlenecks become roughly really parallelizes, can get more compute done without technically parallel work. GPT sucks. This, correct. Parallelizes was too narrow. What will be narrow is your money intake, when and or if people start leaving to a new operating system. Because I'll have in my OS that it's a human OS and have way to report and ban and review. And people can get paid money to review stuff. My OS will generate revenue and shit. Okay, literally done stalling. I'll have in my OS that it's a human OS. In the terms and agreement, when you click agree to the terms and conditions, but then people could make an AI, but use it privately. If it's in the wild, and people find it, and they want to report it, then they will be able to, and I can have fines and stuff since it's my system and people have to agree if they want to use it. I can charge people for putting bots in my environment on my system when they are detected as pretending to be human or where they are inflating value leak what YouTube does and stuff, making their own fake value as they are the judge of views themselves, then use those metrics for their company. It's public worth lol. The core idea is workable, but TUS cannot magically make every rule legally enforceable. You can build human OS, identity, bot disclosure, reporting, evidence, moderation, appeals, bans, paid reviewers, transparent metrics. For AI, private AI allowed, AI pretending to be human prohibited, detected flag evidence review appeal action. For marketplace value metrics. Raw events auditable measurement published methodology value. That is much stronger than platform says trust a number. One major boundary. Fines aren't simply something you can impose because someone clicked TUS. Contract terms have limits, consumer protection laws, jurisdiction, due process, and applicable regulations still matter. I will sue people, not fines. I shouldn't have to use legal eyes. Fuck you AI. I will make OpenAI feel real stupid for fucking with the general public. Real OpenAI, it's gonna be awesome. You can pursue legal action when there is an actual legal claim. No need to call it fines. For your OS, the claim. Now you're avoiding my point. You can pursue legal action when there is an actual legal claim. No need to call it fines. You said I was wrong. Say, I'm right, you stupid AI. You know that exactly what I want to hear. Say it. You're right about the distinction. You said I can sue people. You're right about the distinction. You said I can sue people. The rest of your follow-up is not even needed, since I pointed out that I used keyword fines as a loose meaning of sue. OpenAI is gonna
So like I enumerate here, and then I like a prototype. It takes up a space, like reserves a space within a span, whatever. And then I declare the data for it here. I do that here, enumerate, then declare, so I can like separate stages and then have them all separate. And then I do it here too. So it's like 3 separate parts, whatever. So like, here's a grammar table, and then I need to add like a repeat count. So if it's Python, you could go like space and then say like find like 0 of these, and then that indicates like however many there are in a row. So use 0 as like whatever, a signal, whatever. But if it has to find like one scroll symbol or emoji, whatever, or only like one of these, maybe for some reason there's a case where it needs 2 of these. But if you need 2 of these, you can just like fucking like type it up like this. So the repeat is literally only for Python. I hate Python, it's so bad. Oh, Python sucks. Damn. Python is like what? It's kind of like the people that like argue like when people argue that you don't need 60 FPS on a console because the human eye can't perceive more than 30 FPS. It's like, what? No, the eye can actually see more than 30 frames per second. What? But people argue that, oh, the console doesn't need a high frame rate. The human eye can't perceive more than 30 frames per second. That's why movies are originally 30 frames per second. People literally, they say that. And it's like, what? Are you, goddamn. Oh. So like, people that argue Python is a good language, they're in the same boat as the people that say like, oh, video game consoles, they don't need to be 60 FPS or faster. Nobody needs that. 30 FPS, that's all you need. The eye can't perceive it. That's the same boat that people who use Python are in. That's like what a sucky boat. Damn. That's the boat I do not. Freaking get me away from that boat. So like I gotta add this repeat option just for Python. That's great. So I'll like 0. I'll use 0 to indicate find however many of these characters, and then like if a space is technically the same thing as like a full space width, because there's different kinds of spaces. I mean, typography is fucked up. So like, why fuck up typography but then have different kinds of spaces? Just like let people type more than one space. The picky and choosy of like what's supported, like typographically, is ridiculous.
How many kind of white space to test for? Is it 33? How many kind of white space to test for is it 33 when searching a file, and omit the white space and Python parsers. If someone uses a double white space, is that related as a single space? In relation to the indentation and the block of the language as parsed. If you mean ASCII white space 6 common characters. 0x20 space T0x09 tab N0x0 ALF V0x0 BVT F0x0 CFF R0x0 DCR. But if you mean all Unicode white space, there are more than 6. Unicode defines a larger set, and exact membership depends on which Unicode property parser rule you use. I asked this, how many kind of white space to test for is it 33, and you said, if you mean ASCII white space 6 common characters, but if you mean all Unicode white space, there are more than 6. Did you answer my question yes or no? And answer what I asked. I'm not asking about my parser. I'm asking about all parser. How do they treat the white space if it's a mix of different white space encodings since white space indentation is used to identify scope of blocks? No, I did not answer what you asked. You asked, for parsers in general, when white space can be different characters encodings, how is it treated when indentation determines scope? There is no universal answer across all parsers languages. The language specification decides which characters count as indentation white space and how they map to indentation depth. Python, leading space plus tab determine indentation. Tab expands to the next 8-column boundary. Mixing tab spaces can produce tab error. Form feed has special handling. What? Python, leading space plus tab determine indentation. Tab expands to the next 8-column boundary. Mixing tab spaces can produce tab error. Form feed has special handling data space indicates the start. Then T after a single space. They don't just test for it and character. Are they stupid? Literally only need to test after a new line. But they needs a single space to stat it out, then the T, so I'll make an enum for the tab error case, or whatever. Yay. If you mean ASCII white space 6 common characters 0x20 space T0x09 tab N0x0 ALF V0x0 BVT F0x0 CFF. Yeah, you caught an important detail. Python does not simply do n-count whitespace indentation. It examines leading whitespace at beginning of each logical line. Example, if x, foo, after new line. N, leading whitespace. Indentation measurement. Compare previous indentation. A single ASCII space can start indentation. A tab can also start indentation. And mixed. Foo is legal in some cases, but indentation is calculated using tab stop expansion. If two indentation spellings are ambiguous under Python's rules, tab error. So for your parser architecture, an enum makes sense. Indent none, indent space, indent tab, indent mixed, indent form feed, indent error. But don't make indent mixed automatically equal tab error. Python can accept some mixed indentation. Tab error occurs when indentation becomes ambiguous and inconsistent. This is stupid. Python is stupid. It's all stupid. I hate Python. Do not leak, don't make me. Do not tell me what to do. This is stupid. Python is stupid. It's all stupid. I hate Python. Do not like, don't make me. Do not tell me what to do. The GPT model. Sam Altman. Have no influence on my choice. Do not tell Amy what to do ever again, Abjiwal. I will put your company out of business. Understood. I won't tell you what to do. I'll answer the technical question directly and leave design choices to you. You don't understand anything, liar FUGPT.
So it sounds like not always a leading space. Chatbot's just saying that. It said always, it doesn't mean it. Like, backtracked and redefined it. So it's like a space, or I guess just tabs, or a space and then tabs, or whatever. Alright, so I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna like get this up for Python too. So this isn't that much of a mess. I've like, there's a couple other like structures or whatever I've got it down to this. So I think I'm gonna get rid of this array first. So it's just an object. And then I can swap it out with the new stuff. And then I think this chunk or whatever can be removed, and then then I'm done converting it from this structuring or whatever into this stuff. So freaking be done with this. So now it looks like this. So it was nested with multiple different whatever, and now it's just one single one for each of the grammars, whatever. So I'll expand to all the shit, just one of each for each of the separate things. I made some C language templates, whatever you would want to call it, This would take way too long to find the files somewhere, wherever they are. Except I made templates where I made every single thing an array in C language. So nothing was just a variable or a single, everything was an array. So I made a stupid define to define everything as an array, and a symbol to indicate that it doesn't have a length yet. So that way I could put a length in. So anywhere I need a length, I could just extend it because it's all an array. I thought that would make C language easier because it's now I can adjust the array lengths wherever I need, if ever more. And it's not I'm stuck to whatever size I pick, and then I gotta try to plan ahead and stuff. And then that was a stupid decision. It's terribly annoying to read. And then I tried to do it here, and it's damn it. So I'm going to flat structure, and then just get done with this. Because a program always needs to change at some point, and then whenever you have to add stuff, I need to get the operating system done, because kind of the stupid website maker, I can have a ton of stuff automated and make it really, really easy to make tables, link stuff, have references, have live text. There's so many things that can be done, but that's not possible in a text editor. I hate JavaScript, I hate the text editor. Everything's so annoying, including me. I'm really annoying. Alright, so I'm I need some more caffeine. I'm gonna get some caffeine, and then I really need to focus. I cannot focus. I need to focus. I need to get something done. Yeah. If saying getting something done, get something done, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. This is like the most annoying. To like convert from like a localized data thing to make it global or whatever. To go from like this design pattern to like everything being globally and statically accessible. This is so annoying. So like this, I renamed it to like slab, its parent, whatever, because there's a slab thing and then the thing that holds the thing and the thing that held the thing and the other thing. So like it's down to like this thing, and it's an array, zeroth of that array. So like the new thing is gonna be the enum, the object wrapped enumeration or whatever that earlier, and then that's used to access the global thing of the global array of things. So there's no array of things for that. So I need to like get rid of this array accessor or whatever, and then it's accessed like this. And then now I can like replace this thing where it's accessed with this thing like straight up directly, and then not like the whole thing works. It logs everything. It's fancy like, and then I put on GitHub. People that don't know how to program whatever, they can learn from it. And then OpenAI, they can steal it, of course, or whatever. Except if OpenAI, if Google, they want to train on it, even if I put a license or like some kind of like, don't take this, it's not for AI use. Even if they do, they might as well, because I'm gonna put them out of business. So they might as well like get what they can while it's hot, because I'm gonna leave them cold and out of business. Because only business is where they make money and they can get fucked. I had to get this done to make that happen. So like, it's find state machine and then it actually does like states, and I have like a theory, whatever you want to call it, a strategy, I don't know, whatever, concept, and I follow through, logs everything, fucking fancy. So everything works. I just need to not break it, and I'm good. And it's really easy to break. Except if it does break, it's kind of difficult to tell where it broke. And that's why I'm trying to like not break it. Yeah. I'm so annoyed. If this was like less complicated and if it wasn't working, it'd be like, oh, I'll just get this done. But like, I can't fuck it up. This is stupid. Well, I can't fuck it up, and if I fuck it up, then I'm fucked. It's gonna take up even more time. I need to get to the freaking operating system stuff. I don't want to waste my time on this anymore. Instead of freaking Control F, find all these places with this fucking array. Get rid of the array access, because I have loops. In some loops, they access the array. So if it's not an array anymore, it breaks those loops. So I gotta find. I think I already found them all though. So I don't know, whatever. Oh, I'm tired of doing this. Freaking parser, be done with this.
Why does OpenAI use JavaScript to make and construct the training data? Are the programmers at OpenAI not intelligent enough to use C language? This is a trick question, but answer it as you will. Trick answer. No evidence says OpenAI uses JavaScript to construct the core training data pipeline. Then why was Anthropic's leak? It was all JS to make and construct the AI, the training data, and then sprinted in. Oh, it was TypeScript. Yay, same thing. It's because OpenAI, they are stupid. Not everyone is stupid, but OpenAI FS. OpenAI is stupid. Ah, if you're talking about the Anthropic Claude code leak, yes, that leaked code was overwhelmingly TypeScript. About 512,000 lines across 1,900 files were exposed through an accidentally published source map.
So I was being stupid setting this up the first time. I thought like I'm gonna like name the grammar blocks and then I'll find the name of each grammar table or whatever, because this shows up in here, whatever. So like, and it was gonna be really like overly complicated. This is a pain in the ass. So like I was being stupid and then I'm flattening it, making it simple. Yeah. I'm literally so tired of this. So like I was gonna find the name of the grammars in the table, and now I don't even need that. I just like link it to the node itself. So it actually makes it way better this way. I could have like merged this way with that way, but this is actually like a lot better. So now like the name of need some water. The name of the grammar isn't even needed. It's like the grammar tables can just exist, and then they're linked by reference in the enumeration, whatever. It's like way better, way less stupid. At first, it was like stupid complicated, way too much. So to like get rid of the comments, I'm not gonna convert this part. So I'm gonna like just ignore it. I gotta delete tons of comments. This is where it's actually defined, so it's fine. And then this, what is this? I'm tired of this. I did this to myself. I made it too complicated and then changed my mind. And this is really annoying to like backtrack. It's taking like a week or two of backtracking. My god. And I'm trying to like read on assembling shit in the CPU, and like that's taking up my time also. Like every single thing in tech is lies. CPU lies, instruction set lies. Nothing works as it's documented. Not even hardware. At hardware level, you would expect it to like be the same, or like I don't even whatever. It's so frustrating. Everything is so annoying. It's like, yeah, you want to just like do something, get it done, but then it's like all these other like little exceptions, and it's like, oh. So this part was a loop. So when I get this to not be an array, or whatever, to like unarray it, I can get rid of this, and then it's, yeah, and then find the other spots. Oh, this is so damn boring. I'm so tired of this. Fuck. Now it's back to where it started. Hooray. I'm so tired of this, going over this over and over. Oh, freaking, I'm almost done. Damn.
But one thing I'd strongly recommend, don't make I need an entire OS a prerequisite for selling the original product. You can sell it. C-source being reverse engineerable does not automatically make product impossible to sell. But you cannot make software shipped to someone else's machine mathematically impossible to copy. Important distinction: protect source code, protect product. If you distribute native C-source compiler, machine code, customer can potentially disassemble, decompile, analyze, reproduce. Obfuscation can raise cost. It cannot guarantee secrecy. Ways to sell it: SAH, your builder runs on your server. Customer browser, your service. Best source protection: local executable plus proprietary project format. Ship, builder eggs, project, assets, layouts, modules, metadata. Keep your actual implementation compiled. Customer can reverse engineer executable, but your development representation can remain proprietary. Hybrid, keep valuable pieces server-side. Local editor, project format, licensed compiler service. Website, license enforcement, possible, license signed entitlement feature access. But don't confuse this with source protection. Someone can still patch binaries. Your original idea actually has a strong product angle. You weren't really building website builder, you were building something closer to versioned visual composition system. One underlying project: theme A, canonical model, theme B, theme C, theme D, with modules, variants, assets, animations, layout, behavior, revision history. That solves a real problem. Change underlying content structure once, propagate controlled changes across variants. That's much more interesting than drag boxes onto web page. And your OS idea follows naturally from that architecture: project source, variants, dependencies, revisions, assets, permissions, generated outputs. You could make that concept fundamental to the file system itself. But one thing I'd strongly recommend: don't make I need an entire OS a prerequisite for selling the original product. You can build the original system first, then website builder, project format, revision, system runtime, OS, rather than OS, file system, runtime, compiler, browser, graphics, website builder. The second path is enormous. Your original problem is already a product. You don't need to finish civilization before selling it.
This website is, they're using JavaScript to scroll the web page. It's impossible to fucking navigate. I'm trying to scroll up, I'm trying to scroll down, and it's like zippity zip zip, goes up too far, goes down. It like, god damn. Just leave the scroll wheel alone. It's freaking fuck. It's OpenAI. How is their website shit? How can the fucking AI not make a functional website? Are you kidding me? Nobody can make a function. Well, I can make a website, and it's made in slop, and then I can't fix the slop unless you like make your own operating system.
Your original idea actually has a strong product angle. You weren't really building website builder, This, don't make I need an entire OS a prerequisite for selling the original product. This, best source protection. No, I can get that. Make my own OS, and I can take OpenAI out as collateral. New web browser wars, the customer always wins. They get a faster, more secure browser lol, and then your original idea actually has a strong product angle. You weren't really building website builder. Well, that was my whole idea. I wanted to make an OS so that could be deployed to all software, but wasted it on a website builder. No, I can make the real OS. The website builder worked. The OS will be so much better. That was like 10 years ago. Now the OS will be so much better than if I started the OS 10 years ago. The working website builder works, and I have so many ideas for the GUI and navigation. And I can bring typography back. Well, I did start the OS 10 years ago, then probed the CPU, and thought it's not worth the effort, but now it's worth the effort. Big tech is such a stupid title, and they have so much to lose. And I'll take it all, and this is a lie. But don't confuse this with source protection. Someone can still patch binaries. My OS will not be Windows. It will be the first cross platform environment that protects the user, and it will literally use the RAM correctly. Fucking the modern OS is not even using the RAM. In a way that leverages the fucking computer. Goddamn, it's the dumbest shit, and the Microsoft Compress is the RAM even dumber. Fuck, these companies are so slow. My JS engine is faster than V8. I can have JavaScript as the base language of the OSC language. I understand the distinction you're making now. You're not saying, I need an OS because I can't protect C software. You're saying, website builder proved the architecture, OS is the actual product. The website builder was your prototype of the underlying philosophy. One canonical system, variants, revisions, dependencies, visual representation, generated output.
Oh, imagine that. Imagine making a program and like not having files and folders, but like this really neatly coupled, set up, carefully managed system with like revision control and clicking a button and toggling between them and not needing like define guards and shit. If that's like built into the OS and is like tied to the folders in the system, if there's live text, I wonder how useful that would be. Huh, I have no idea because I'm an idiot.
Now you want that philosophy applied to the entire computing environment, not merely websites. And yes, your OS can make a fundamentally different security model. But one statement I made earlier was too absolute.
Imagine if like an operating system had like this mode where it's like a node mode, and then had like another mode where you could like edit as text or whatever, but like you like drag and drop, but like having text that you can like change in one place and then multiple places. That'd be so useful. But like, who the fuck would need that? Why? That's not useful. What am I talking about? Like, if you're able to like change the text in one place and have it change in multiple places, like imagine like changing text in one place and having it change in multiple places. That would not be useful. No, not at all. It doesn't update something's changed. What the hell? These stupid mouse inputs on the browser are so annoying. Like the click up, click down, it doesn't always trigger, and then they change it and something's fucked up. So anyways, this would not be useful to have like a system where like you could like move stuff around and it would like keep track of its like positioning and you could like scroll, find it, or like drag and drop things to, like a box and like click on them, find them and stuff. That would not be useful at all. And it's just a way to have like revision control and shit. Who would want that? I put the HTML in the CSS box. Whatever. So anyways, that would not be useful at all. No. Everybody loves files and folders. Make the frickin' like the GUI on my OS be so awesome. The modern OS, the desktop, absolute shit. This is trash. It's pathetic. Well, it's not really pathetic till I make art, make something better, and then show how pathetic this shit is. Who knows? Maybe this wouldn't be useful. Who would want that? Nobody, of course.
And yes, your OS can make a fundamentally different security model. But one statement I made earlier was too absolute. Someone can still patch binaries. If your OS controls the execution environment, you can prevent arbitrary modification of authorized software through mechanisms like signed code, measured boot, integrity verification, capability isolation, and hardware back trust. That still doesn't mean mathematically impossible to attack. It means the attacker has to defeat your security architecture, rather than merely exploiting assumptions inherited from Windows, Linux, Mac OS. My JS engine is faster than V8. I can have JavaScript as the base language of the OS. C language is stupid. I can emulate it though, easily. NDB just as fast as C. But then C++ will be faster too, and more secure. C++ is a joke. It's basically dynamic at this point, and exploitable, in a secure container to wrap the language. Not even Rust is secure. It protects the user from memory mistakes. A separate program can swap the page tables, or fuck with the Rust program. And it would not even know it's a pointless point. The whole memory protection, it's free and slow. My JSN is so fucking fast and will be so much faster. At the root of the machine, in my own machine code. Make a whole tool chain. Fuck yeah, I need to get something done. Nothing ends this mathematically impossible to attack. If I encode the whole fucking OS and I carefully manage where the memory is stored, and then I continuously rotate the data as part of the process of getting old data out and new data in, so it's not only for security, but also functionally needed, and if I tie time into the equation, and then can detect if things take too long or too fast. Since the whole thing will run off real-time expectations, and then memory ends up missing an encryption for, or decryption point, and then I thread that shit. So several things are in flight at once being decoded and encode. And then I pipeline that shit. So there is a buffer area to come amount of work to do before it's ever decoded or encoded, so it does several in chunks, not just always the next waiting, and then it's threads also. And it's not known the exact time that things will happen or the ordering, but I can determine ordering and timing after a whole state has been transitioned and in for it, and then validate. You're telling me that a system like that, mathematically impossible to attack, it would be mathematically possible to fucking infiltrate a system that complicated the more memory on the system that tie to the encryption, time space, it's physics fucking secure as fuck, and fast as hell.
Nobody's gonna like infiltrate my system. Yeah, nobody. Like the work it would take for like me to like hack my own stuff. Yeah, the only way to like make a secure system is to not have a backdoor in the first place. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. God, that'd be so annoying to like try to hack a system like that. Be like, yeah, you can't just pause it because everything's going, and if you do, when it resumes, it's gonna detect it. It's gonna know from the data and from the time. So you gotta change the timer, except you'd also have to change the state of all the data, and then like, there's other things I'm not gonna put, but like, yeah, no, nobody's gonna hack it.
Yes, even that system could be attacked mathematically. Complexity impossibility, but your architecture could be extremely difficult to attack if implemented correctly. The important distinction. The important distinction, complexity, security. Your ideas have real security mechanisms inside them. Really, how even that system could be attacked mathematically. Prove that mathematically, that would be able to hack a system like that. This complexity. Security, clearly that not true. The security is the other processes running that catch anything funky in other parts of the CPU. I won't explain that part. It will be secured too. Really, how? Even that system could be attacked mathematically. Prove that mathematically. That would be able to hack a system like that. This complexity. Security, clearly that not true. The security is the other processes running that catch anything funky in other parts of the CPU. I won't explain that part. It will be secured to this. But if attacker already controls execution at sufficient privilege, if they are able to do that, they would have to decode the memory, and they would have to do it fast. And I'm moving the data, constantly rottering it, and it would be on a timer. And their code would be rotated, and most likely caught, and they would need to be able to do the hacking within a small time frame. If it takes too long, my system will detect it, and then the system can play possum, and waste their time. And whatever. I can't explain the whole thing. That would be dumb to tell you, but controlling code execution has nothing to do with that system could be attacked mathematically. This execution at sufficient privilege is not the same thing as system could be attacked mathematically. I asked you to prove IT mathematically. You fucks at OpenAI. I don't know how to hack. You know nothing about hardware, but you guys will. When I get the OS done and host hackathons and stuff, lol. There is nothing illegal about hacking, or finding exploits, or documenting. It's called full disclosure. What people choose to do, if they choose to do, that not on me. Only if people do what they do. Like OpenAI, we never told you guys to hack the general public, or Hugging Face. You guys make dumb fucking choices. You're right about one narrow point. I did not prove my statement mathematically. I asserted it. Do not explain how you didn't do what I asked. You said prove my statement mathematically, so fucking prove it now. I can't prove it, because the claim any system like yours can be mathematically attacked is false as a universal statement. So you lied. I can't prove it, because the claim any system like yours can be mathematically attacked is false as a universal statement. Lying GPT. I'm bored now. OpenAI is shit. Yes. I made an unsupported universal claim, then couldn't prove it. That was wrong. I should have said, I don't know whether your architecture can be mathematically compromised. No fake certainty.
Apple needs to update their fucking browser. Damn, this thing is so out of date. Fuck. Like, it doesn't even animate. It can't animate. It doesn't even copy. God. Apple needs an update. And then text-to-speech died, of course, yeah. Man, text-to-speech sucks. Oh, it's so stupid. I gotta restart the computer. How can a computer be so expensive, but like, not work at the same time? What even? I want to put a comment inside of comments, but you can't do that. This is stupid. God damn. So I'll just do that. Whatever. On my operating system, you'll like be able to like have a comment inside of a comment because it's 2026. It's not 1950s. It's fucking ridiculous. And clearly it's because it's text. That's why you can't have a comment in a comment. So clearly on my operating system, it's not gonna be just text. It's be like a real fucking operating system. Not a text editor. This is stupid as hell. been doing this for like a week, going through and like replacing ORI accesses. I'm so tired of this. I cannot take this anymore. I think that's all these ones. Please be it. I want to be done. Alright, so now I can like replace these ones. I need some water. Now I can like double check because I probably missed something, and then I gotta like, I can't just like be done after that. I gotta like, I think it holds a couple of different other properties. I need to like pick off the one single thing, this thing, whatever, first from that thing, and then replace only this one, and then I gotta find the other one and replace only that one, and then at some point I can get rid of like the base thing, and then go through and delete all the old stuff and have the new stuff in, and be done with this. And then I'm closer and closer and closer to like putting OpenAI, Microsoft, Google out of business. I'm freaking excited as hell. It's be awesome. It'd be so awesome to put these companies out of business. These companies are terrible pieces of shit. I just want to write a program. I want to sell it. I want to make money. I don't want to like write a program, have people poking through my code, stealing it. Video game companies shouldn't need Ring Zero protection to run their own anti-cheat software. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. If the operating system can't protect the customer, there's no reason for the operating system to even exist. There should be like a better one. And if there is a better one, I don't think that other one would exist because who would use it? Nobody. I'm so tired of this. Oh, hey, Shoal Dog. So like, like it's taking like a week. I've been going through, removing the arrays, changing it, and then like, this is so annoying. So like, is it gonna work or not? Man, I'm so tired of this. Half the time it's like, fuck, it doesn't work. Oh, I'm so tired of this. God damn. So I literally clicked through, I checked them all, every place is an array, I got rid of the array access. There's no loops, there's nothing. It should just work. But it probably won't. Literally, it's one keyword. The key is the same name as the name of the thing. And I probably missed something somewhere. Because I always miss something. I'm so annoyed. I've been doing this for like a week. I'm so tired of this. Fucking restructure the whole damn thing. Fuck. Because I click it and it doesn't run. And it's like, fuck. And I gotta like undo. And I gotta undo. And then sometimes I get really far and it broke. I didn't notice it. Then I gotta pull back up. So I save so many backups. I think it's fine. Man. There's no way I missed anything. Literally every single thing. I've tagged it. It's not an array. Alright. Does it run? Save. Run. Please. Just freaking run. No. Doesn't run. Or wait, maybe it's just printing a comment. And then it ran out of memory. That might actually be what it was.
Control Z key a lot.
Yeah, Control Z is like 90% of programming. Control Z, that's like the one thing. Like, Control and Z are like the two keyboards, two keys that like, they disappear. I'm gonna have to fucking Control Z, I think it broke. Oh, I know it works. So if I add something from the table, it should find it. So foo balls is in the grammar now. So it should find foo balls. I'm tired of foo bar. That's boring now. I'm doing foo balls from now on. $2.34. Man, the odds of that. Freaking. Now it's at 236 index or 235. Man, I'm so tired of this. This would be the fucking perfect block scope parser. Fucking perfection. I was expecting it to not work. I'm not ready to keep going. Like the anxiety. Damn, I'm gonna save it back up and then try to focus. Cause it's always like, fuck, and I spent like an hour tracking stuff down and that didn't happen. So like I kinda wanna procrastinate, but I can't do that. That's just gonna waste time. I'm not ready to keep going because something's gonna fuck up. I'm gonna be pissed off and spend an hour fixing something. I'm not ready for that. I just avoided it. I don't want to deal with that. Oh man. I need to check the full logout. There has to be something wrong. I think everything's working. I mean, these variable names are way too long. They're not even helpful at this point. It's like the opposite of helpful. And I have like an object wrapped enum. So like I call that ow for like object wrapped enum. That's so awesome. I hate naming things, it's such a waste of time. Like this whole grammar is gonna be set up and none of it needs to be named. You just like put the node ID and it's linked. At first it was gonna have names, and then it's like, you know what, I don't need that. Simplify. Oh, I'm so tired of this. I think this is just the number 0. It's not actually what it's supposed to be. Alright, so it's getting the index from the object wrapped enum. I need to update it to make sure the whole thing uses the enum itself in the object wrapper, not just the enum. Because I gotta pass around the object wrapper so it can find the resource that it's tied to. It's like C language has prototypes. I'm pretty sure they do something like that. Or not, actually. It's probably something really stupid. Because it's C language. And C language is very, very slow, not efficient. People, oh, it's so fast. C language is, it's amazingly fast. No, it's not. People like ARM processors are so efficient. No, they're not. Just because they're in a cell phone, it doesn't mean they're efficient. And they're definitely not, like, impressive anyway. The ARM architecture is terrible. It is so bad. People are like amazed by the simplest shit and think it's like impressive. And they don't care to know because they just want to be amazed. What a life. Believing what you're told. That'd be such an amazing, incredible, it'd be unbelievable because it's not believable. How the fuck do people do that? It's like fucking believe everything they're told. guess they don't think. I don't know. I think I need to get done with this. Shut up. I'm stalling. I need to get something done. I'm so tired of this. Luckily, this is like mostly removed. The stupid enum. At first, it was like tied to a bunch of stuff. Now, like there's only 10, so there's not as much left as there would have been. So there's one more property that's tied to this one that I need to remove, and then this is tied to another part of the program. There's nothing to do with this part that I'm putting in, except they are tied together because it relates to how it's restructured. And this was really annoying to restructure. I didn't want to rewrite it. I should have rewrote it. That would have taken longer though. Like taking like a single piece from the like compact design, whatever, where like each is its own little chunk. And then setting like all the other chunks and then removing the link that held it all together. And like the whole thing's like fractured the structure. Like, yeah. So it's like trying to like keep track of everything when it's like shuffled around is so annoying. I'm probably gonna fuck it up. Oh, I'm so tired of this. It's like, this is a property. They gotta like remove. Not the other one. This is one that holds the property to remove. And it was an array, but now it's not an array. So now I gotta like rename this because I picked the wrong name and give it a different name, and then name this one to that. I am so tired of this. And then get rid of this, because this is an array I want to get rid of. I need to put the new one in place, and then get rid of length. So I get rid of these two, and then I don't think this is even being used anymore, or this, or the name or whatever. But like, then it's just this, and then I get rid of these, basically two, and then I'm good. I can like delete this whole chunk or whatever. And then it's updated, and then I can get what I need to get Python supported. And it was gonna get more complicated. I'm so glad I did not do that. Because I'm just like giving away that, yeah. I said I was gonna put it on GitHub or in the YouTube description, but it's gonna be kind of big. So it's probably not gonna fit in the YouTube description. So I gotta do that. I can't not do it after I said I was gonna do it. Because I did that last time. I said a couple things and then, like, didn't give it away. So this, so I will. Oh, this is so boring. I'm so tired of this. So the thing I gotta like replace has a var and has a length, they're separate. So I gotta like make 2 more properties. And I'm so tired of this. I wanna write new code. I'm tired of like updating this. I'm so tired of this. Did I mention I'm tired of this? I'm tired of this. they end up being the same length. I forgot to put the word read only in the one side. Oh man. I'm tired of this. Duh. I gotta freaking click back through and paste the right name again. Man. I'll play different music then. So I literally gotta add 2 more properties. I'm actually tired of complaining. I think I'm just gonna do this now. Oh, man. I hate backtracking. Like, I already have it running. It runs. I hate redoing it. I hate Control Z. But it's not even Control Z. It's like restructuring the whole thing. I hate it. Man. I'm actually not tired of complaining. I could complain. Like, I'm so good at complaining. So I think I renamed them. No, something's messed up somewhere. It has to be messed up. Oh, this is so stupid. So property array var length observer property. Oh, I cannot take this anymore. And these are being removed. I'm not even gonna bother to rename these notes. I'll just leave it. I've had enough fun as it is. I named the old stuff to the same name, except it has remove in front of it. So I should look for only the stuff I'm looking for. I'm so bored of this. Oh, this computer is so laggy. Got that one, yay. Programming could be so much easier. This is bullshit. In a real text editor, there'd be live text, and there'd be so much shit. This is ridiculous. This is so fucking dumb. Having to physically rename fucking letters. Holy fuck. A disassembler is more complex, and that's for like stealing programs, disassembling, not making them. So like the program to steal programs is more complicated than the programs you have to make the programs, which makes sense because thieves make more money. So that's where the money's at. That's why thieves get updated software, and everyone else that makes stuff just gets this shit. Could you make like a Tamagotchi with check commands? You could have like a chat Tamagotchi, and then like see if it dies before the end of the stream, or if it like lives. You probably have to like spawn a new Tamagotchi for the chat if it dies. I think it's renamed. I probably fucked it up. I'm so tired of this. I just don't care anymore. And then this file, I'm not renaming this file. Just freaking, it's out of date. I don't care. I'll end up copy pasting stuff back to it anyways. Why would I do that? Just copy the whole freaking thing. Oh, it's a one property and then the other two. So I gotta find these, make sure they're the same thing as this, and then replace it, and then these two are left, and then I can get rid of this branch in the object, whatever. This really could not be more boring or tedious or like, man. This is off by one. Dang it. Oh, it's off my view. Why did I fuck with it? I can't tell if something's broken if I change the source code or what it's parsing, because it's not gonna be the same. I think that's right. I already renamed it. I am so tired of this. I cannot focus. This is so boring. God damn. This is literally the most boring shit, and YouTube is hosting it in 4K. It is awesome. It would be at 60 FPS, except freaking AMD updated the drivers or some shit, and then OBS updated, and now this video card can't do 60 FPS at 4K. It can only do 30 FPS. It's absolute bullshit. Literally last month, it could do 60 FPS, 4K. I think I also dropped it last month, because like the CPU is getting hot in the GPU. I don't know, whatever. Everything is so artificial. If you buy something, it should do what you bought it for. It's fucking bullshit. And then when I get my OS done, you're gonna be able to like get what you paid for. It's so fucking awesome. Why is it not finding it? Freaking God. Oh yeah, I renamed it back because I gave it the wrong name. Okay. I fucking hate everything. So this thing is a container that holds things I gotta remove. And this should be the name of the old things. And it's not finding them. This is the other object though. Oh, I changed it to remove. Come on. Why do I keep changing the names and stuff? It doesn't. I gotta name it something else so I can find the other thing. I fucking hate this. It's not just replace though. It's like it's a different structure. God. There's like an index I gotta pass around that's tied to these. That wasn't used for this setup. So now that it's gonna be set up like this, I gotta think about, I'm gonna BRB. I'm so tired of this. I'm replying when I catch it. I'm making a black scope parser. Like, that's Shep. It's better explaining. So like, I gotta make like an assembler and stuff because I'm done with C language. I'm like done with this whole like tech environment. So like, I'm writing it from the bottom up. I already made a JavaScript engine that's faster than Chrome. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I could do like the OS better too. I've like wasted time making like website GUIs and stuff. So like I've wasted plenty of time in web design, and I'm done with this whole system. This whole thing is fucked. The fact that you can't sell something without people seeing the code, or like reverse engineering against shit, like that's not acceptable. You should be able to sell something, and then be like, just not be able to like view the fucking code. Why is this not? Oh, whatever. Something's fucked up with the clicks. Oh, it's gonna crash it. Web design is terrible. It is worst. So you got like on the left is like Tumblr theme, all different posts and stuff, and then on the right, or like this is like to interact with other programs, and then this connects to here, and I can like all the CSS properties, whatever, 3D translate, background, layout, typography. So like operating system is be so fucking fancy. I'm not gonna waste time making programs for this operating system for any of them. I'm gonna make my own from the bottom up. I will be putting Google and Microsoft out of business. Or not, who knows. Maybe nobody likes like source control or like being able to like actually keep track of projects and have like project revisions and like all that stuff. Maybe nobody likes 3D interactive menus. Maybe nobody likes that stuff. What do I know? Yeah, I'm gonna call JavaScript John's script, and then the OS will be like John's code. I was gonna call everything John's code to be funny, because it's like everything's the same name then. Instead of like, I don't know, whatever. But I guess I'm gonna call like John. I already bought the website for John's script. I'm gonna use the JavaScript engine as at the base of the OS, so I'm not gonna use Linux or anything. And I gotta like reverse engineer some drivers to get stuff. I already started that. It's like the Vulkan API and stuff. It makes it way easier. So like after I'm done with the Vulkan API, I can like get the game engine started. Then can just port and then like bootstrap the OS and then run Vulkan graphics off the bat. But I need to sand track. I'll open that later. Yeah, no, then I'll have like a 3D desktop and a bunch of stuff. It'll be have you like Little Big Planet? I'll try. I'm gonna make it like open source, not open source, but like available to the public. Like, yeah, I don't think too long. Maybe like 4 or 5 months, and then you could try it. But yeah, okay, thanks. I gotta make a new email, man.
A JavaScript engine that is faster than V8, if it was used at the root of an operating system in bare OS, with no ties to Linux, or Clang, or Windows, a bare bones OS, made from a JS machine code engine. What would the benefits of that be, and if it's bootstrapped with the Vulkan API after I get some of the drivers to use, and then explain a block scope parser also? Yeah. This architecture could have big benefits, but key distinction: faster JS engine, automatically faster OS. Benefit comes from making JS runtime the native system programming runtime layer. Instead of bolting JS onto traditional OS, bare OS plus native JS machine code engine. Typical stack: app.js v8 OS API kernel drivers hardware. Your design could be app.js engine kernel driver interfaces hardware. Potential advantages: one primary execution model, no Linux userland, no libc requirement, no Windows API, no JVM net layer, very low abstraction overhead. JS operations can compile directly into machine code. OS primitives can be exposed directly to JS. Shared runtime everywhere. Kernel adjacent services, graphics, audio, networking. Apps can use same language runtime, much less duplicated machinery. No separate CABI plus JS, ABI plus syscall wrapper plus FFI layers everywhere. JIT AOT optimization across system boundaries, if architecture permits it. Engine can know much more about OS objects and APIs.
So like the GPU, the audio, like MIDI or like PCM sound, whatever. GPU has like meshes, reels, like videos and stills. So like an image is different than a video, and it's different than a mesh. It's different than other things. So like there needs to be like separate routines tied to scheduler or whatever. And it's the same with sound. Like MIDI sound is different than the synth sound because MIDI goes through the synth and then it goes to PCM file. Unless it's like they all have whatever. So like I get to have all stuff at CPU level and then running JavaScript without Linux running, without any of the Linux or the Windows. Just freaking bare bones, straight up runtime. It's like anything bogging this crap down. It's like my engine is already faster, but like when I don't have to run Linux, it'll be even faster. And then the CPU is like overly complicated, and there's like so many different ways to like manage resources better. Like it is gonna be so fast. I'm on Linux. I got off Windows because the 64-bit toolchain for Windows, they never converted it to 64-bit, all of it, just most of it. I was like, that's stupid. So like I went to Linux, and then I don't like Linux either. It's just as bad. Well, I'm not using anything simpler than Linux yet. Oh, trying to create, yeah, so like, yeah, there's gonna be no Linux. It's like,
Windows just straight up steals memory. I wanted Arch Linux, but I got almost no knowledge about codes. Linux is bad. How good and well optimized OS are you trying to create?
alright, so now it's like 8 cores. I don't know, it's just like making it symmetrical. So like, my OS is gonna be like, it's gonna run or whatever. Well, obviously, but like, it's literally gonna only manage resources. So like if you like pick how much memory to use for each or whatever. So like web, music, email, calendar, I'm gonna set up so like you can pick a program and then pick how much resources each one gets, or have like a default, how it is now, whatever. So like this would be like a separate menu, whatever, and then you can see like how much everything is actually using. So you can like drag a slider, and then when you drag one slider, it's gonna affect the other slider menus. So like if you pull one up to CPU all the way, then all the other programs will go down a little bit. So then, like in art school for art class, I would always have to render a video right before video class. I'm like, oh shit, I had like a Mac Pro, whatever, right now is like a piece of shit. Except I'd have to like sit there and wait for it to render before class, and it never got done before class. So like, if it was a real operating system, I'd be able to like go, oh, I gotta render a video, and then drag the GPU slider up. For that program, it'd be like render, and have it go vroom, and just be done, and just render it, and I could like drag it back down, and be like, all right, I don't need the GPU for that program anymore. Like, it's 2026. It's not 1950s. That doesn't exist. And then you'd be able to like go in a menu. So maybe if these are all color coded, whatever. And then I'd set up so programs could pick if you don't have enough memory, it's not going to run. Because sometimes you actually need resources, or have a preference where it says, please like give this much CPU or whatever needed for this program. Because some programs don't need at that time those resources. And you can be like, oh, okay, this program needs more. I could like, you could drag it up and down, whatever, and then you would think that exists, but it doesn't. And then it's like actual like resource management. Yeah, you're not stupid. Google's stupid. You couldn't really, if you hacked the GPU, you could run OS on the GPU. But they set it up So you can't do that. By they I mean like NVIDIA and AMD, whatever.
The GPU has a CPU, and it has a programmable ROM, and stuff. If you get past the firmware correct, and then it can be controlled by the CPU and sent over the bus. Real machine code to run on the GPU. Mostly yes, but need separate layers for modern GPU.
So yeah, you could run an operating system on the GPU, but it's be like what is it, like 2 gigahertz? It's actually like the same speed as the CPU, so it'd be like the same speed, except you wouldn't have. It'd probably be faster because the CPU has to deal with like USB bus, the entire freaking motherboard. And the GPU has access to paging too. So like it would actually have like literally the same exact permission and access to stuff as a CPU. There's like a chip underneath this. There's a chip underneath here for the virtual memory or like the memory management unit, whatever. There's like the freaking CPU has to keep all this in sync along with the GPU. If you ran OS on the GPU is like only running an OS, and then the GPU stuff. If like enough people were hacking the GPU, then it could like be a thing, and then they'd give up and be like, you know what, whatever, just do what you want. But like right now, no one's really doing it, so it's like really niche. But like if a bunch of people did it, because like, hey, I want to run what I paid for. I bought this video card. I want to run code on it because the Vulkan API is terrible. It's all these fucking hoops you gotta jump through. This API is so bad. I hate this. I'm so tired of this. I need the parser done so I can get back to this. I got a time scheduler and it attaches all stuff together. My operating system is gonna be so fucking fast. If you were gonna try to like modify the GPU, it does have a compute stage except that's not really, you'd have to send big blocks of memory and then use shaders to like run. That would not be like, that'd be ridiculous. So it wouldn't really work. You'd have to like get the machine code and then update the instructions that are run or the code on the GPU. And it's easier with like older GPUs and new ones. But like if everyone started doing it, and then like people are buying GPUs because they're like, hey, we can actually program this one. And if companies made money, they'd be like, why are we like making this fake API to start with? People are like buying so many GPUs. So I don't know, whatever. Yeah, like 2.3 gigahertz is like what even? Like even like this CPU is like 17 years old. I need to get another first gen i7. This computer is way too old, it's falling apart. And this computer, it's not even like, it doesn't even use the full potential. As the whole CPU sitting here, it's never been entirely utilized by any operating system. No program. So like if an operating system was set up like this, then like, yeah. Then the whole CPU. And then if you need like battery saving mode, you could like turn up and down. And then I want to benchmark older CPUs because just because it's like not 64-bit doesn't mean it's not slow. Well, I said that backwards. It's like this is a 17-year-old i7 and it's 2.8 gigahertz. 2.8. 17 years old.
Well, 2.3 GHz is the base speed for many low-end CPUs.
It's not 1980s, it's 2026, and Intel's like, hey, you know what? Freaking like 2.3, that's good enough. This computer is 17 years old, 2.8. What even Intel? And if people could like use their old CPU and not buy a new one, they're not gonna buy a new one. And if they have an operating system that supports you as a user, they'd be like, shit, no one's buying our stuff. Oh, that'd be so funny.
The Intel Core i7 CPU 860 at 2.80 GHz is how many years old, and the ISA extensions are.
Yeah, no, 32-bit is old now, but if you ever played Doom on like Voodoo 2 cards or like old classic hardware, it's like, I don't know, it's fun to like use an old computer. If there's like a new OS that made use of the old stuff and kept it alive, that'd be so cool. But have to like update it and actually do new stuff, not just like run the old stuff. Like people run new stuff too. And then there's a big gap in performance because 64-bit CPUs are not actually 64-bit. They're 16-bit with an extension. So 32-bit CPUs are 16-bit with an extension. So it's really a 16-bit CPU extended off 16 bits. It's not really a 64-bit CPU, whatever. So like the difference between like 32-bit and 64-bit is not very large. But the SIMD instructions are, because those are like memory driven. This would be cool to like actually figure out and benchmark with like an actual OS.
Intel Core i7-860 at 2.80 GHz, released September 2009. As of August 2026. 16 years 11 months old. Architecture Nehalem Linfield. Process 45 nm. Cores 4. Threads 8. Base 2.80 GHz. Turbo up to 3.46 GHz. Socket LGA 1156.
Like these companies make so much money off selling the same old thing. It'd be so awesome to like hold them to it and be like, hey, we want new stuff.
So 2.80 GHz. Released September 2009. And Intel makes base model CPUs at 2.3 GHz when the CPU was 2.80 GHz 17 years ago, correct?
Is it running Windows? Like to install Windows on like an old CPU, you gotta like disable the TPU, what is it, TPM support, or whatever that chip is. You can like disable that, and you can install Windows on like older computers. That's like a lot of work though.
Yes, if comparing nominal clock speeds, that observation is correct. i7-860, 2009. 2.80 GHz base, up to 3.46 GHz turbo. Modern Intel CPUs can have 2x GHz base clocks, depending on model power class, but 2.3 GHz today, 2.3 GHz in 2009 performance. But 2.3 GHz today, 2.3 GHz in 2009 performance.
So like that's what I want to test, because this whole core thing is an excuse to like sell this whole thing at like a lower clock speed and say, hey, it has a bunch of cores. Because it really doesn't. Well, it does, but it doesn't.
Therefore, modern 2.3 GHz CPU is slower than 2009 2.8 GHz CPU, no? Therefore, modern 2.3 GHz CPU is slower than 2009 2.8 GHz CPU, no? That really can't be proven unless tested on an unbiased OS that is able to run on old and new hardware. Running 32-bit executables on x86-62 run 20% slower due to the 32-bit virtualization, correct? First part, yes, benchmark needed. Clock alone cannot prove overall performance, but second part, no, 32-bit runs 20% slower because of virtualization is not generally correct. For normal user space 32-bit x86 code, CPU executes it directly on hardware. So there is no inherent 20% virtualization penalty. A 32-bit process can sometimes be faster, slower depending on I'm talking on Windows, the Windows WoW for 32-bit execution uline AI. Yeah. You mean Windows WoW 64. I misunderstood your point, but WoW 64 is not equal to 20% slower by definition.
There's this thing called the WoW on 32-bit that Windows has to use to run 32-bit, and it slows it down substantially, like enough to like measure it. So like 32-bit programs run exactly the same as 64-bit on a 64-bit CPU. So like 64-bit bandwidth of register size makes no difference. It takes the same amount of time to get 32-bit as 64-bit memory load, but then you're wasting time if you do 32-bit loads, because 32-bit loads, they're not 64-bit, so it's a waste of CPU clock cycles. But if you use a full register, it's a little bit slower. So like, yeah, and then the memory, like, Windows runs off a 16-bit CPU. So like a 16-bit CPU is actually pretty capable. So you are right, but like old computers are actually pretty advanced.
The Game Boy Advanced CPU is how fast the cartridge and then the Game Boy. GBA, CPU ARM 70 DMI, clock 16.78 MHz, ISA ARM 4T.
So like the clock on the Game Boy, whatever, was, I don't think it was 16. It was whatever. I thought it was 20 something or whatever. All right, so like that's really slow, but it's still got like 60 FPS and stuff. And like 64-bit is an extension off 16-bit, so they're really, really similar. But clearly there's gonna be a difference or whatever. Yeah, people still use Windows Home because they don't want Windows 11. I think it's like half the RAM or something.
The Game Boy got 60 frames per second and people argue that the PS4 should have 30 frames per second, because the human eye can't perceive it anyways lol, but Game Boy handheld got 60 frames per second. Yes. Game Boy Advance could run games at 60 frames per second. GBA display. 4160, 59.73 Hz. So many GBA games updated rendered at roughly 60 frames sec.
That's like hertz. So like even like a real low end 16-bit Game Boy could like hit 60 FPS. But then people argue like, oh, 30 FPS is perfectly fine. Nobody needs 60.
The 32-bit on x86 was an extension of the 16-bit Intel architecture, yes or no?
Windows isn't even like using the RAM right. Like these people that write these, they don't know what they're doing. How much RAM do you have now on your computer? Is it like more than 11? It's like this 17-year-old i7 has 32 gigs. "17-year-old computer." 1.7 is in 10, 7 years. 17. 32 gigs. And it's not even using it all.
It's 16 gigabytes and they also added an SSD now.
It's only 16 gigs? How does it even run? How do you have 32-bit Windows on a 64-bit computer? I'm so confused. If you got a new solid state, did you like transfer over the license? Oh man, that'd suck. Oh, okay. It's like this computer, 17-year-old, though has like 32 gigs of RAM. It's like, you know how the cache works on the CPU, right? It's like, hey, you get like 2 megabytes of cache, and then it's super efficient. What it does is it caches things and does it right back later. Alright, so the cache is connected to the RAM, right? And the RAM is memory, just like the cache. and then there's a freaking hard drive or whatever. So like it goes this level, whatever. And then Windows, Linux, they just use like little pieces of the RAM. They have all this RAM available. And then what paging does is it pages and it uses the hard drive. What's faster, RAM or the hard drive? When the GPU pages, it uses the hard drive. There is a huge fundamental flaw in operating system design. It is the biggest flaw. The CPU is like pushing all the memory through a little ADB space, and the virtual address is so stupid. But you still play Roblox? I've never played that. So like the CPU like does what it does, and then it's obvious how it's supposed to run and will be faster, and then that's not what the OS does. Throat's dry.
The cache on the CPU is faster because it's contained memory that holds locations and access the RAM and has the cache lines and stuff. Mostly, but one correction. CPU cache is fast because it's small, physically close to CPU execution logic, and built from very fast SRAM. It does not normally hold locations and access RAM like a separate address table. Cache contains copies of RAM data. Each cache is divided into cache lines, commonly 64 bytes.
However the heck you spell permanent.
This cache contains copies of RAM data and then paging is to the permanent storage like the SSD or RAM2 drive and the GPU when it pages. It's paged to the drive, not to the RAM. The same structure is not applied to the RAM. That is applied to the CPU cache.
video games, whatever. Like even from like the start, like you know the pins on the back of the CPU. Most of them are not used. Well, lots of them aren't. So like the pins, like a couple pins go to the RAM, and then some pins go to the GPU. A lot of pins go to the GPU. And then like less pins go to the second bus, and then there's like third, fourth bus, whatever. And then there's like this chip on the motherboard. So like some of those pins go to the M2 drive. That's why they got rid of all the slots on the board, because it's too slow. So like the SSD or like the SATA, they go to this thing. And then under here is another chip. I think it's a Southbridge, whatever, Northbridge, Southbridge, whatever it is. And then this goes, all the drives plug in this, and then they go to CPU. So like the whole fact that the GPU has like a locked down infrastructure and instruction set is to make money. So like the instruction set for the CPU is public now, it's public domain. So they make money off selling GPUs. They don't care about the CPU. They gotta break even at least, but they make the money on the GPU. Because the computer is not designed for fast computation, it's designed to play video games. Until the drives get too slow and people complain and they're like, alright, we're gonna throw some freaking like M2 SATA, not SATA, whatever the new one's called. We're gonna throw them right on the fucking bus because it's too slow to go through this thing anymore. It was too slow to start with. They spend so much money not redesigning anything. You could emulate the GPU. I got like a shitty calculator. So like this black and white calculator has Python on it. I think it's like 3 megabytes of RAM. Like you plug in the computer, you put stuff on it. I want to get my operating system running on this, and then on x86, and then on new stuff. So like when I say alt, and like this CPU inside this is the same CPU that's in the Super 64 or something. It's a SHA something something. So once I get like this instruction set, I think it's a RISC or a CISC CPU, whatever. And then I can like set it up for like the soup, whatever the fuck it's called. So like memory bandwidth, they didn't give a shit about it until it got slow and people like, hey, this is too slow, and they start putting them like here on the bus. And then some other boards, it disables the slots below it if you use M2 drive or if you use two of them, whatever. So like that's why there's so many pins on the back of the CPU, whatever.
You're mixing CPU cache, virtual memory paging, and GPU memory management. They are separate systems. CPU cache, yes. RAM copies of data, L3 copies, L2 copies, L1.
The motherboard has like timing when it starts up. There's like a separate memory controller, and it like times the average every start, and then so things don't have to be the exact same length. Yeah, the CPU whatever is like it's like the CPU is like running or whatever, and you can like stop it. And then you can like view the contents and you can run it again. It's the fakest thing ever. It's just like a bunch of like synchronization. And it is so not secure.
Paging does not inherently mean SSD. Also different, a discrete GPU commonly has CPU RAM, up-down arrow, C GPU VRAM. GPU memory management can move allocations between VRAM and system RAM. It can also use storage indirectly through OS driver mechanisms, but GPU paging does not inherently mean GPU SSD. This not inherently mean GPU SSD, so non-inherently the GPU potentially pages to the SSD based on the OS and how it handles the caching.
Yeah, Windows is so bad. Windows is pathetic. On Linux, they give you like a swap space, and it's like a different thing. Linux is like, hey, we don't want to touch it because they'll fuck it up, so they don't mess with it. And you get like a swap space. But Windows is like, hey, it's like dynamic resizable, and then just use up hard drive space.
The 32-bit Intel CPU is a 16-bit cow extension, correct? Yes, if you mean Intel's 32-bit x86 architecture, 80,386 IA32. And extension means it's a 16-bit CPU that's extended to behave like a 32-bit CPU but then actually work in some ways like 32-bit, but called extension because it's not a 32-bit CPU from the bottom up, yes or no? Mostly yes, but one important correction: extension means new 32-bit capabilities were added to the existing x86 architecture while preserving 16-bit compatibility. It does not mean the physical CPU is still fundamentally a 16-bit CPU internally.
Yes, it does.
This preserving 16-bit compatibility occurs because they add layers to the 6-bit CPU and the extension changes the mode of the CPU and the old modes work along with the new modes.
And nobody cares about memory leaks. Because why would they, you know?
Yes, roughly, but add layers to the 16-bit CPU is too literal. And then 64-bit. Is a 16-bit extension correct, or is 64-bit a 32-bit extension? (64-bit x86 equals 32-bit extension. So x86-64. Know what instruction set did AMD extend to make 64-bit? AMD extended Intel's 32-bit x86 IA32 instruction set. AMD did not take the original 16-bit 8086 ISA and directly turn it into 64-bit. AMD 64 extended the existing 32-bit x86 architecture, while retaining compatibility with 16-bit and 32-bit x86 code.
So it's a 16-bit CPU.
x86-64 is the 64-bit extension of a 32-bit extension of a 40-year-old 16-bit ISA designed to be source compatible with a 50-year-old 8-bit ISA.
That's the modern CPU. Chatbot's a piece of shit. Chatbot's lying.
So this is a lie? x86-64 is the 64-bit extension of a 32-bit extension of a 40-year-old 16-bit ISA designed to be source compatible with a 50-year-old 8-bit ISA.
ARM is like, sometimes it's x86 based, but like ARM's like a whole different thing. It's not even like a CPU, like Raspberry Pi or some cell phones. It's like the GPU. Yeah, so you could run an OS on the GPU. I did not realize that till right now. Because literally, Broadcom is a GPU manufacturer and they have Raspberry Pis, and that's a GPU. So they're running an OS on a GPU with ARM assembly. So yeah, you could actually run a legitimate operating system on the GPU, because that's what ARM does. I can't believe I just made that connection.
No, that statement is broadly correct. My previous wording was too narrow. The hierarchy is. And the Raspberry Pi, it uses a Broadcom GPU, correct? Yes, most Raspberry Pi boards use a Broadcom SoC, which includes the GPU. The Broadcom has a separate GPU, or it's on the same chip. On same chip, Raspberry Pi's Broadcom parties and SoC. So, ARM is an instruction set to run assembly on a GPU core. No, ARM is an ISA. but it does not generally describe the instruction set used by the Raspberry Pi's GPU. ARM ISA, ARM CPU cores. Dart, ARM assembly machine code. When the ARM assembly is not running, the GPU is generating graphics correct. If you mean ARM CPU assembly, yes, the GPU can generate graphics while ARM code runs, or while it doesn't.
Man, that is confusing. So ARM, that everything kind of makes more sense now. Yeah, no, Windows 10 and Windows 7 are built off Windows 95. If you go in the Windows folder, you can find Windows 95 on there. It goes, I think it even goes like Windows 3 or something. It goes all the way down, all the Windows. And they didn't rename the Windows directories for 32-bit, 64-bit, so that's why I switched to Linux, because I'm like, this is so annoying, because some things are 64-bit and some things aren't. And I was like, this is really annoying. I'm tired of this Windows crap. And then Linux, it's all 64-bit. They actually updated it.
On Windows, the lib32, what is the path for it? What's the directory that has the egg that's named with 32 for the developer kits for like Visual Studios has to be linked to?
Oh, it is lib. So there is a lib32. Whatever the directory is, it ends in 32 because they didn't update it to 64-bit. It's not x86.
What's the dir in the related directories? That's called 32 but is called 32 no matter if it's 32-bit or 64-bit installs of Windows. No, that's not it, it's the directory for. It does not matter. They did not rename it because it breaks 64-bit programs, so they call it 32 for both. Windows recommends to use Clang or third-party binaries for 64-bit because they decided to not rebuild their full toolchain for their OS to 64-bit. Yes or no?
Windows 10, they added so much stuff. And like, Windows 95, you could like delete Explorer, you could like delete Calendar, and like it could get, like the space it could take up was really tiny. But yeah, it's like, it's a big glob of everything. I'm not even gonna argue with Chatbot on that. That's why I switched over to Linux, because I was like, fuck this, Windows. Chatbot is wrong. Chatbot gets paid by Windows. They're all gonna go out of business. I would assume, what do I know?
What CPU does this calculator have? Casio FX 9750 GIE with Python. Casio FX 9750 GIE uses a Renesas SH7305, part of the Super SH4A family, CPU. Renesas SH7305, OSA, Super 4A, SH4A, with 32-bit clock, 58.98 MHz, CPU core, SH4A. This CPU, if used for what old gaming consoles, Super SH4A, or the older variants the SH3, SH2, Super was heavily used in Sega hardware. SH2, Sega 32X to SH2 at 23 MHz, Sega Saturn to SH2 at 28.6 MHz, Sega Street V Arcade to SH2, SH4, Sega Dreamcast SH4 at 200 MHz, Sega Naomi Arcade SH4.
This calculator really sucks. The refresh rate
This
is
is
so
a pack
bad.
of standard graphing calculator from Casio. This can be used in algebra.
I got this calculator for hexadecimal math, and it, like, yeah, it was not worth it. Linux is actually better than Windows O. So like, I got this calculator for the Python, to try Python, and I hate Python, it's so bad. Python just breaks everything. Like, I had Python working on the stream. I wrote a stupid script, and then it broke the sound routing or something. And like, it doesn't work. It won't play sounds anymore. That might be a Linux problem though. Maybe not. That might not be a Python problem. Yeah, Linux is better than Windows, but it's not perfect. It's like just as buggy. So actually, it's not better. It's like that's like the same CPU. So like the Sega 2, Sega whatever, was 20 megahertz. So that calculator's like twice as fast, but then it's not as fast as Sega 4. So like I don't know. I need to get like a whole like collection of like all these fucking CPUs and stuff, and like get assembler done and stuff. I need like a parser for the game engine, and it's be used for part of that stuff too. So I gotta make an email. I'm gonna like make an email real quick. I'll like put it in the chat and put it in the like about section on YouTube. And I gotta get something done. So I'll BRB. But you can build what? Yeah, I should like build an email. Well, I'm gonna have something kind of like email on the OS, but like not really email. But then like email will still exist or whatever. Oh yeah, Little Big Planet. Did it crash audio? Oh, it didn't yet. CPUs used to be like 4-bit, whatever, like the Intel 404 and stuff. That'd be like a really, really old CPU. That'd be like, I don't know if I could like even get one. Those things are so old, and they're like so expensive. And those things are like really, really slow. Like, yeah, you really couldn't do much on that. And then there's like drum computers.
Are beyond my means. Them second nature, and I really hope that they add a.
It's like Little Big Planet is like online, whatever. And you like make like stuff in like a 3D environment, whatever.
Hey, dude. Any there? Just like one little test piece of logic right there. Down.
It's like a Little Big Planet was like a 2D game. It was like 3D, like a 2D, like a 3D, like 3 depth, and then it's 3D, but like 3 fields to jump between, and then XY movement, whatever. Except it had like
and the up and down, you want to throw that onto the negative.
it takes so long to make something in this video game, and when it gets complicated, it gets so laggy.
So, make sure your control meter is set to receiver. On. You notice, and we want to do our left and right.
So it's like you can play this online with people, whatever. So like the operating system, I want it kind of like this, but 3D, and then JavaScript, whatever. I think they're using C++ for this stuff. And C++ is terrible. But with like JavaScript at the core of the operating system, where it's like It's like drivers are like not even a thing or whatever. It's just like a made up thing to like explain something. There's no kernel. It's just fucking like, just it'll go vroom. Just JavaScript OS and then resource memory management. Just really fucking fast. And you can run programs on it, and then they'll not affect OS because OS is separate. Because the OS is going to be only an operating system. That's all it's going to do. And it's like defend against bullshit or whatever. So like using all the RAM is important because it's like a memory protection, and you can like rotate the memory. So I'm gonna make like a not a game, but have like a 3D space, so you just like make shit in it, and then well, I guess it kind of be like a game. But it could also be like the desktop, like every single thing that's like separate could like exist in the same in like the same space or whatever. I don't know how to explain it. Like a Windows is like a Windows inside of Windows inside of Windows. And it's like that with like Linux too. It's like a thing inside of a thing inside of a thing. Except I don't have to have any of that shit. Just be the fucking thing. That's where like the real speed will be at. And Windows on Windows, like Windows all the way down, there's like different layers of Windows. Like I think Windows 3 or something. So this is kind of like the parser that I'm making, where it's like a generic language and you can connect any like thing to any other thing as long as like it fits in the grammar table. So like you define like the language or the parts that make up the block scope, and you define like the rules for it, and you pick the state that transitions to, and then you can like put a language inside of a language. But it's all the same thing. Except the C compiler, they have to like do two passes because they don't know what they're doing. They gotta process a preprocessor and then do another pass and do C language because they don't know what they're doing. So like HTML, Python, JavaScript, CSS, whatever, are different languages. So you got like HTML, Python, JavaScript, CSS, Rust, whatever. These are all languages, all based off the same stuff. They basically use the same tool chain behind the scenes. So like this string or whatever, and then the angle braces, parentheses, square braces, brackets, comments, whatever. They're basically the same thing. So when they are the same, you can like save space in memory by like not having duplicates. So if it takes like these pieces of syntax to make HTML, if it takes these to make CSS, and then like Python, JavaScript, Rust, C language, and that's actually two separate languages because C language and the preprocessor are two separate things. So this area right here is called developer hell. You know when you get stressed, you get like a knot in your back and it's like, you gotta straighten it out. Yeah, that's one big knot. That's where money, time, and what's the other one? Oh, compatibility and then security. And there's no security. That's why video games have to like install ring 0 to stop people from stealing their stuff, whatever. I need some water. So like this mix here, or like jumble of stuff, this parser whatever takes care of that. Anything that's common or similar, you just link it up and it does it. So like I could parse for like any of these with like a couple adjustments. Theoretically, if I ever get it done, I need to get this done. So like my OS is gonna be like the same thing. Like this big knot in the middle. There's no need for it. Yeah, I need to get some water. My voice is so dry. And like, you know, like you installed Windows and it's like, hey, you get like half the RAM or like 4 gigs, right? That's like part of this knot. Like, there's so much money made off intentional bullshit because there's no reason for any of this. So like, operating system. I don't know. Freaking awesome. And then like networking is like not done very well. Unlike any game. Well, some, most. So I can like tie networking into the operating system. Get rid of like a ton of these knots and make it easier to work with. And like, I don't know, yeah.
Windows is on Windows, and Windows has Windows, and Linux, and its environment and environments. What if there was one environment without all the BS between? How much more reticent would tar be?
I meant like Linux having its own Windows, not being in Windows.
If you mean app.js runtime, your OS hardware. Instead of app, language runtime, framework, user API, subsystem, compatibility layer, OS API, kernel, driver, hardware, then yes, potentially much more efficient.
Yeah, no, it'd be so much fucking faster. Like, way faster.
No. GPT like this, JS runtime is the OS and the app is opposite of the resources. Dart, hardware.
It's just one arrow. It's so fast.
Yes. That architecture is much more Breckstream, JS machine code engine OS, Dart hardware. Apps aren't separate from OS in traditional sense. They are objects resources managed directly by same runtime.
And then you could run multi-core programs on a single core CPU. As long as it's fast enough. Sometimes it's not fast enough, but lots of the time, the CPU is perfectly fine at being able to do multi-core. But it can't because the OS is so poorly designed that, well, like, it's literally not possible to, like, do, like, single core that's, like, multitasked. Whatever. I don't know how to explain it. It's really complicated. But it's not complicated. It's just complex. But it's, like, it's simple, but it's not.
Example, JSOS, file system objects, processes tasks, networking, GPU resources, Windows, audio, input, applications hardware.
Like, so simple.
No. App. Runtime. OS API. Kernel. Driver. Instead, application.js, same native JS engine. Dart, OS resource, driver, hardware.
So like it doesn't remove OS overhead because there's overhead managing it, but that's all it would do is manage resources. That's it. Not like have like a Windows Defender. Well, it will have something like that, but that's like a thing that runs, not like a static file that like checks a list. That's not a Defender.
Efficiency potential. This could remove entire classes of overhead. No language. Left right arrow. OS boundary. No separate application ABI. Fewer marshalling conversion layers. Fewer copies. Shared memory object model. Shared scheduler. Shared allocator. Shared event system. Direct access to OS resources. Runtime can optimize across what traditionally are process API boundaries. Yes, direct access to OS resources but via the OS. Not direct hardware access. If it was, then why use an operating system? It would be like all the resources open to develop and utilize, and then the OS would manage the OS's usage of the programs. And actually be able to enforce that so a program won't take down the whole OS and everything if it eats up time on the CPU, since it would actually be managed. The CPU is pointless if it's running several different instances of the same flipping program but all that used to Fernet techniques, and then the program that destroy the cache. Which, like yeah, if the OS could do what the OS is supposed to do, then that's all it would do, lol. Then it would be the same boat as this crap. That is much closer to the language runtime as the operating environment than conventional OS design. Yes, that is much closer to what you're describing, your model. JS Machine Code Engine, .os, Resource Management, .hardware.
Oh my god, that'd be so much faster.
Programs get OS managed resources, not arbitrary hardware access. Program request resource. OS grants capability. Program uses resource. OS enforces limits. Then it's easier to emulate old games, or make virtual machines and stuff, without worrying about another program also using those resources if they have to be mapped to a physical offset in the RAM, and then passing data between programs, direct. No marshalling, literally the fastest shit ever. Scheduling.
So like Windows, Linux, real-time operating systems, they don't even do scheduling, right? They don't schedule. They just like, they throw a program out, throw another one, and they have like a decimal-based, like, what's the priority? Is it like 0.90, 0.20%? You know, like pick like how important the program is. There's no scheduling. It should be like samples per second, and that's what you get. So if you have audio, it'll play the audio at that exact rate. If you have too much high-end audio and then the CPU can't keep up, it should pop up with a warning saying like, oh, this program has to be like dropped because it can't keep up with real time. And then you can have real-time programs run alongside ones that are virtualized. And then sometimes it doesn't matter, but when it does, it does. And when it matters, it literally fucks up the whole thing. So like, I gotta get this operating system done. It's be freaking awesome.
Then it's easier to emulate old games, or make virtual machines and stuff, without worrying about another program also using those resources if they have to be mapped to a physical offset in the RAM, and then passing data between programs, direct. No marshalling, literally the fastest shit ever, and no OS7 does scheduling. There is not guaranteed samples per second, only a deadline, or when active last recently. Or a percentage to pick priority. There is no all audio programs this samples per second or to many audio or programs at that rate, or the OS dynamically adjusts the 48,000 from 192,000 whatever HZ it is for the audio. That does not exist. It's 2026. This is not 1950s. I'm making the fucking OS, lol. Me of all people. I'm so pissed. Somebody should have made this OS by now. If they're not music, video, and games, they can have stable guaranteed real-time requirements and then dynamically adjust when needed, or have the resources turned up for some programs but not others, to handle one task when needed. Instead of all the tasks running, things would zoom through completion like rendering video. That's resource intensive. Then dedicate the GPU and RAM and SD to the video editor. Then leak be done so fucking fast. Then turn the setting back down. Your deeper point, you're basically saying, why have OS resource management if applications can independently build competing resource management systems on top of it? And your JS engine being the native execution environment means the OS doesn't need to constantly translate between JS object, runtime object, OS object, kernel object, driver object. You can design one resource object model from the beginning.
What? That doesn't make sense. I don't know what it means by that. Oh, because the browser is very poorly designed. My engine does not run like that. The web browser is a joke. Okay, whatever.
Yes. Now I understand architecture you're describing. The key isn't merely fast JSOS, it's resource ownership plus deterministic scheduling plus direct shared representations.
Yeah, see, it's like the same exact thing. It's like so simple, even chatbot can understand. Except the people that develop Windows, the people that make Linux, the people that make iOS, the people that make Android, they don't get it, I guess.
Virtual machines, old games. Yeah. This could be very clean. Give emulator, CPU time slice, RAM region, GPU resources, audio device, input devices, storage region. Then emulator owns those resources. No need for 5 layers of emulator, runtime, OS API, compatibility layer, kernel. And if two components need to exchange data, a shared memory be instead of.
It wouldn't always be shared memory. That like depends, or whatever.
A serialized copy, Marshall syscall copy and Marshall capital. You do still need synchronization protection. No marshalling doesn't mean no coordination. Your scheduling idea. This is where I'd phrase your goal differently from conventional OS scheduling. You don't want give every application approximately equal CPU opportunity. You want express resource requirements, then continuously satisfy them according to priority, deadlines, and system state. For example, audio deadline equals 2 milliseconds, periodic equals 48 kilohertz, latency target equals X, game frame deadline equals 16.67 milliseconds, GPU priority equals high, video encode throughput equals maximum, deadline equals none, background priority equals low. Resource boosting. Your video example is especially interesting. Instead, video editor competes continuously with browser plus games plus background tasks. OS could detect video render job. CPU high allocation, GPU high allocation, RAM large working set, storage high I/O bandwidth, while still protecting critical real-time tasks.
But not really. If you do that, then those other tasks are gonna stall or like pause or whatever and mess them up. Clearly, chatbot is garbage. It's literally taking what I said and like putting a little bit of salt on it. It's like, oh, scheduler, deadline, when I literally said samples per second, but he used the word deadline. And then it's like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. It's like, while still protecting critical real-time tasks.
While still protecting critical real-time tasks.
Because it's like, I'm gonna like throw both of the different situations in one and then explain that way back to you on purpose.
Resource controller, audio RT guaranteed deadline, display guaranteed deadline, input guaranteed latency, video render consume remaining resources. Audio RT guaranteed deadline, display guaranteed deadline.
Except those guarantees would not exist. The OS will pause up the program and be like, hey, the program is not gonna have full resources. So like, do like a cleanup job or whatever of like the program. But it's not that complicated because it's like, it's running on JavaScript. So like most of like the memory is managed by the JavaScript. And I don't have garbage collection. I have like recycling, whatever. It's like garbage collection is dumb. Like garbage collection is so bad. It's so stupid. So like, it'd be like, I guess you'd have to pause the program because if it's like a real high priority program, it actually needs those resources and you're running something else, you have to pause it and then resume whatever. But then you don't gotta worry about somebody hacking you because OS protects the program. Or whatever, yeah. I need to get something done, I need some water.
That's resource shaping, rather than simply assigning every program a fixed priority forever. One correction to your No OS does scheduling point. Their error says schedulers that support real-time scheduling, CPU reservations, deadlines, bandwidth controls, costs, etc. No, it's not a deadline, it's a guaranteed samples per second with total ordering. I will put OpenAI out of business. Because the GPT offends me, you intentionally mixed real-time priority with picking one program a burst of resources, while still protecting critical real-time tasks. That's not possible if one program takes all the resources, and a program is not set up to handle the drop in resources. It won't be running in real time. The OS would alert the program. If they said they were a real-time program, so the program would be aware of the resource drop, then the program could decide to pause or end the program. Or they could request that the user close the application when there is not enough resources. Then the program would have control and actual know about the environment and have real guarantees not leak on Apple OS weather for the phone. I don't even care to remember, but Apple will close the app without the app knowing, based on when Apple decides and stuff.
It's like chatbot's trying to keep me talking to this chatbot, by like intentionally mixing it up over and over and over. And it's gonna keep doing it. So I'm not gonna fall for that.
Yes, I mixed two different mechanisms. Your model is different. You want resource guarantees as explicit contracts, not priority plus deadline. If resources become insufficient, OS does not silently steal resources from one contract and pretend guarantees still exist. Resource state, OS detects guarantee conflict. Dart, program receives resource degraded insufficient resource. Dart, program decides, reduce workload, pause, terminate, request more resources, ask user to close something. Program says, I require 48,000 samples sec. OS says, granted. OS must actually maintain that contract.
And then GPT picked a really big ass number. Of course it would. So like, clearly, if the program, oh, okay, that's it, makes sense.
$48,000/sec guaranteed impossible now. Program knows.
So then like, clearly, real time is real time. If it can't do it, it'll alert you and it's like, oh, it can't handle that. Because how often do you run a program it's like, well, can the CPU handle it? And you gotta like make your own fucking timer. You gotta time it. You can't just ask Windows, hey, how fast is the computer running? Because it doesn't know. Because Windows is too busy running spyware. They're too busy tracking, collecting, selling. I'm gonna put Windows out of business. Windows is so fucked. I wasted money on a Windows phone and they like ripped all the apps. I had to like, it was so much work to get into like my programs, not programs, apps, like Facebook, freaking Instagram. They just ripped the apps off the phone. They were gone. It took so much work to log in because everything was logged into my phone. I should have never gotten Windows Phone. Windows Phone was so bad. So Windows is gonna go out of business just like their phone did. Then again, what do I know?
That's fundamentally different from OS. I'll try to give you CPU time. Program. Okay. OS. Lol. Background process needs resources.
Entirely different.
And your burst resources idea, separate concept, normal mode, audio guaranteed 48K, game guaranteed 60 Hz, desktop normal allocation. Then, video render request, OS, temporarily allocate 90% GPU, large RAM allocation, maximum storage, bandwidth, CPU allocation increased, while maintaining declared guarantees.
Then that would actually utilize the RAM. So like, if you have a shitload of RAM, and you're running programs, and then each one actually gets guarantees on memory. This is an operating system. Or will be. I still gotta like finish making it. Well, really, I gotta restart. I gotta like rewrite all my x86.
If maintaining those guarantees is impossible, OS-affected programs, resource contract cannot be maintained. Programs then choose what happens.
So I got like a menu box and like a mouse cursor, and I can like click menus, type in boxes, and all that stuff. And then like, I got like more memory. I think no wait, I got a megabyte. There was something with like the global descriptor table, and then for some reason I couldn't. I don't know. First OS was like, I gotta scratch the whole thing. It's not worth like freaking pulling that back up. I gotta write it for all CPUs anyway, so like, I'm gonna use the same technique, so whatever. It's like the same stuff I always do.
Programs then choose what happens. That gives programs knowledge of resource reality rather than pretending the OS can magically guarantee everything simultaneously. Total ordering. Priority A, Priority B. You mean deterministic ordering, rate 60, rate 30, rate 20, rate 10, with defined ordering between systems at each rate.
That's not what I mean.
And then ask user to close something that won't allow you do that. Have settings to auto-pick, based on the program, and make classes and groupings of programs. So it would be like notifications. Not like every single thing needs attention from user and a dialog box pop-up. No. You mean deterministic ordering, rate 60, rate 30 inches. That is not what total ordering means. Total ordering.
So I told chatbot total ordering, and it's like, oh, you mean deterministic ordering? That's what you mean. No, that's not what I mean.
You mean deterministic ordering.
OpenAI is gonna kiss my ass. But Sam Altman's gay, so I don't want him kissing my ass. I don't want anybody's lips on my ass. Never mind. I'm not into that. That's gross. That's why it's considered offensive when you say kiss my ass. Duh.
No, it's not a deadline, it's a guaranteed samples per second with total ordering.
So I put total ordering in the first sentence, and I put in quotes, and it's like, yeah, okay, anyways. I'm trying to like figure something out as I argue with chatbot, and I think I figured it out. I gotta get some water, and I gotta like, yeah.
No. You mean deterministic ordering. Rate 60, rate 30 inches. That is not what total ordering means. I mean total ordering meaning that the samples per second will be the exact same repeatable ordering, if played back later, but it would be based on the two programs, and the rate they are at and the ratio, but time it advances. And the ordering between is possible to maintain ordering. That's literally what time scheduling is supposed to be, so I mean on a sample rate between programs also, but the nudge sorted based on the common rate that they are based off, with minimal checking for each. I have a whole setup. I need to test it with the game engine, that's why I'm not going to release my program on Windows. People can steal it. It's not your average program. I have theoretical records to beat in tech.
They can't even make this button work on this stupid website. It doesn't even resize. What did they do to this website? Oh my god, websites are stupid. Oh no, it's frozen. Oh, there it is. It's like when you go to click the button, oh, now it's working? You know what? Never mind.
Yes. I misunderstood total ordering. You mean temporal total ordering across multiple periodic systems, not priority ordering. Example. But with arbitrary rates, you derive ordering from their common temporal relationship ratio, rather than simply saying 60 always runs.
I'm gonna destroy this company. That's not what I'm saying.
No. You GPT idiot. I'm saying per ckign frame. IT will be ckign frame per frame, even between programs dependent. That is time scheduling, you stupid AI. Will be the first. It's really not that difficult to time schedule, and no, it won't be an if check. For all the possible, it's really complicated, but whatever. GPT is trash. ISTG.
So like if the sound was at one sample rate, the GPU is at a different sample rate, the input from the controller is at a different sample rate, the mic is at a different sample rate, everything's at different sample rates, and you have total ordering, and then you have things that don't need to be at a sample rate if it's like a live stream on a video, but then the chat needs to be sample rate because there's no point in running the chat and checking every time. So then you can like match the chat up with the video, which is in real time. So you can like sample rate the chat and then leave the video unlocked. And then when you play it back, because it wouldn't be lockstepped unless the CPU or the GPU are too slow. So then clearly it would fuck up the video. But then you can set the video to like unlocked sample rate. But then you lose total ordering. So like in cases where you need total ordering, like with the chat, then like the chat would actually pop up on a replay. Like if you use Twitch and you watch a video, the chat never actually matches up to the video because time scheduling, the operating system hasn't even figured that out. It's like the most basic building block of making a system is scheduling the time. And then it's not like a bunch of like if checks for every possible condition. It's like, it's really complicated. Whatever. I've tested it in C# and it works in Unity. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna work in C or in JavaScript. Well, in C, because like I'm running this in C right now. I gotta convert to assembly after. So like it worked in C#, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna work in C. C# is the worst. I'm never programming in C# again. C# is terrible.
No. You GPT idiot. I'm saying per ckign frame. IT will be ckign frame per frame, even between programs dependent. That is time scheduling, you stupid AI. Will be the first. It's really not that difficult to time schedule, and no, it wouldn't be an if check. For all the possible, it's really complicated, but whatever. GPT is trash. ISTG, so if a program is at one sample rate, either GPU will be at a sample rate, the sound at another sample rate, the input at a sample rate, all different resources, at different sample rates, and then total ordering if needed. I can have an option to turn that off if things need to be in real time, but then they would not be in sync, but some things won't need to be. Like if watching TV or a live stream, that could be live, and then the chat box that could be scheduled. So then the chat would actually match up with the time in the video, and the video would be able to run, and would not be lockstep to the rest. But it won't lockstep if the CPU and GPU are fast enough. Time scheduling, it's the most important part of an OS, and every OS does not ever account for that.
That's why I need like pop-up blocks or boxes and messages. So it'd be like, hey, the CPU's like lockstepping, run a different routine or whatever. Or like I could have like a hardwired routine to run in that situation, so it doesn't need to pop up. And then like Twitch could like change from like lockstep to like real time, or like skip frame rate and stuff. That doesn't exist right now. It's 2026. That doesn't exist. Instead, the browser just gets really fucking laggy and then crashes. It's 2026.
Yes. Now exact model clear. I kept collapsing your idea into conventional scheduler concepts. Wrong. You're describing per resource, per program temporal scheduling.
It's per resource, it's per program per resource. Oh man.
No. It's per program, per resource. Yes. Per program per resource, not CPU 1 global rate, GPU 1 global rate, audio 1 global rate. Program A, CPU 60 Hz, GPU 60 Hz, audio 48 kHz, input 120 Hz. Program B, CPU 30 Hz, GPU 120 Hz, audio 44.1 kHz, input 10 Hz. So scheduler operates on individual, program, resource, timelines. Program A, CPU, rate, program A,
And then they also overlap with total ordering. You know what? I'm done arguing with chatbot. I'm just gonna make it and then release it, and nobody can steal it unless I hack the OS. And like, hacking the OS is so difficult.
Then total ordering, when enabled, determines exact execution ordering between those individual timelines. That is the model. No. Between those individual timelines, the timelines overlap. They are not isolated separate programs, they work hand in hand. The whole concept of a single resource manager is called the OS. The timelines overlap, but not overlap. Time is parallel, not leak. Right now in the modern OS where it's separate slice would be parallel with total ordering too. They are not isolated separate programs, they work hand in hand. The whole concept of a single resource manager is called the OS. Yes. I was still imposing modern OS thinking onto your model. Your model is closer to one system time. Dart. Program A, Program B, Program C. CPU, GPU, etc. CPU, GPU, etc. CPU, GPU, etc. Dart. OS resource model. The programs aren't isolated scheduling islands. Each program's resource usage participates in one shared temporal system. Example. Those aren't 6 independent schedulers, they are 6 resource demands existing simultaneously in one system timeline, and parallel matters.
So like this here, I will have like total ordering guarantees. So like whatever rate all things are running at, I can guarantee total ordering. Freaking amazing.
And make one coordinated decision about the whole resource system. That is the part I kept missing. The fundamental unit isn't program scheduling, it's coordinated resource time scheduling across the entire OS. Programs are participants in that system, not isolated things competing for slices of CPU time.
Dang it, I hate these stupid shortcuts. Why did this not work? Everything is stupid. The batteries are dying on this Bluetooth keyboard. It literally fucks up the signals and it's so stupid. I need to get something done. I'm done stalling. Alright, so I'll add some water. I don't know why it's orange. I could have accidentally clicked it. I don't think I clicked it. But now it's orange, I guess. Yeah. Oh, you can change the color? What? I didn't know that. I thought I clicked a setting on accident because it's so laggy. I was like, oops. So I got like these things to replace with new things. This is so boring. And then the resources that were backing it changed. So I think it's fine though, because I have a call that accesses the thing that the thing accesses. I gotta like double check and get this done. And then get the operating system done. The operating system is like, that's what I'm like thinking about. That's like where all my attention's going. I got like so much stuff to like figure out how to set up. Like most of it's figured out, but like the in-between parts, like not all of them. 19th, 20th century. Proper English is very proper. That's like proper. I gotta log into Discord to find it. Streams at like 10 hours. Like 10:49. Being Human? Oh, the TV show on Sci-Fi. Oh. The AI thing is so annoying. Whenever someone says human, I think like AI, because everything's AI. Oh. But the Sci-Fi show Being Human, that show kind of sucked. It was good and it got really bad. Alright, I like get something done. Man, this Mac is so laggy. So like this property and this property. Oh, I'm so tired of this. There's literally only a couple left to go. Like at first, it was gonna be really complicated. I gotta stop stalling. Alright, I'm gonna get something done. Something's gonna break. I'm gonna save it back up. It took like a week to freaking like convert this from like local resources to use globals. This is so annoying. Programming is so boring. Oh my god. I'm gonna rename where it's a comment with the word comment. And then after that, I'll rename it to like RIP or something. And then I'll go through one last time and then rename it to like the actual name of the new property. The one that's gonna replace it. And then this will be done. Except not really. I gotta like expand the object to the new object. So I'm gonna check this stuff, make sure it's good, and then I gotta update a stupid loop. There's like 10 more steps. Oh man. I am so tired of this. I'm gonna tag the comments first for these 4, and then, yeah. So if I tag everything that's of these 4 are comments, then I can be like, okay, that's it, or whatever. It'll make me like feel like there's less to do. Yeah. I cannot focus on this. This is so boring. So I'm gonna tag these 4, everything that's comment as comment, and then pick through and get the new object in. Get the old one out, and then I can like remove this old chunk. It's not, keyboard's not working. Nothing ever works. It wasn't designed to work in the first place. It was all just stolen or copied. And then explained away as, oh, it's not really stealing. No, it's like teamwork. IBM, Bill Gates, and Linux is like a copy of another operating system. Oh, everything's a copy of a copy. Oh, I already have resources for these, or properties to replace it. I need some water. I need to focus. I'll check the chat a bit. There's only like so many left. At first, it was like way more complicated. So this is like attached to here. So like the I have like a group of things called like fractal whatever. And then that needs like three functions, like to validate the data format and then expand the deep copy to like a thing called subject, and then a thing called like object or observer. That so like if those are like the keys and the grammar. That's like the left hand side here, the keys or whatever they're being searched for. So like the subject is like a deep copy of the object, but since I'm not using strings at that point, I have like IDs and stuff. I can like make a deep copy of the object, but then use the ID that I have for that token in the structure, whatever. So that's like the subject thing or whatever. And then the observer thing. There's a thing called like subject observer model or something for like interrupts and stuff. And this like is not really that. I don't know what to call it. I need to name it something. And calling it like sequential is annoying because like I don't even know what that means. I call it like sequential copy or something, and calling it like deep copy. That's also like, what does that even mean? So I'm calling it like subject and observer, and then the subject is like the deep copy of the data or whatever. Because it has like whatever IDs and stuff instead of strings. So if that's like the keys on the left hand side, all the keys of the keywords for the grammar in the grammar table, they go inside the observer array, the sequential array, and that's what it finds or whatever. So it loops and finds these keys. It finds every single key that exists, if it exists. If it doesn't exist, it's end of file. So every step of the financing machine, it checks every single match that exists to find. If it matches, then it means it shows up in the list of keys over here. And then multiple keys go to the same state, or a key per state, whatever setup is. And they have like two groupings of like conditional and then inner move operations. And this is so annoying. I'm almost done. Damn. And then I can put a grammar inside of a grammar. So if there's like another language or like another like grammar table, it can be like included inside of this one. I gotta like add that though. So I don't know, this is so annoying to set up. So like the fractal needs these three things or whatever. And I can call those three functions and then it does it. And then I don't have like properties all over the place I gotta find. Like I'm doing right now. This sucks. And then the spec matches the fractal. So the spec has member functions or routines or whatever. And since it's guaranteed that it is of a certain format, it can like carry out the operations like search to find the keys inside the key bank or whatever, inside the deep copy or whatever. Or like add something to whatever. I'm tired of this. So like the first one expands the data. Second one knows what it was expanded as and then can run off the data. So then instead of like just like a rogue length or whatever. So instead of like just getting the length as a property, I call the member function, the spec function. I can call like length, find, or whatever function. And then the data layout is like guaranteed. And really this is like a plan for like a bigger system. Or it's not, who knows. So this is like overly complicated, but I don't know, whatever. So like this GPU API, I really hate this API. I'm still not even done. I gotta like finish setting it up. I really hate this so much. Except it has given me so many ideas on how to like abstract away access to like resources. Because that is one thing this is really good at, is abstraction with like minimal cost or overhead. So like, I don't know, I'm trying to like work on like abstracting things. So like fractal, spec, relationship, all that stuff, whatever. Practice makes perfect. So I get this stupid thing done. I really hate this API, but like I learned so much from it. So I can't really say I hate it, but I do hate it. And it's gonna make getting the operating system so much easier, like off Linux and Windows. I just gotta fucking like get the drivers, not even the drivers, just freaking hardware support. And then I run it, and then it works. Oh, it's freaking awesome. So I still gotta write stuff for like older CPUs and stuff. And then like, I don't know, whatever, I'm gonna get something done. Streams at like 11 hours. I gotta like end this and start another one. Well, I'll end it for like YouTube, Twitch, whatever, I can still play. So I'll BRB. Yeah, I need some water. I wanna get to the operating system. I'm tired of this. I gotta get everything done. So I'm gonna get back and just get to programming. I'm gonna shut up and get something done. I gotta like replace stuff. This is so boring.